Here we are, another day out here in the high desert place in Silver Lake, Oregon. You got me here in a place that's abundance with beautiful sky views, and although it's difficult, it is a beautiful place to live. Father, thank you for this ability to acquire the land here for the community and have the ministry and all the things that go on here. And difficult, but that's all right. That's the way it's supposed to be. Thank you, Father, for creating evil to test the bride. It's always it's going to always be a test of our faith until we die. That's the way it is. We have to endure to the end. We have to die to be saved. Thank you, Father, for that. Thank you for the knowledge of your word. It's more important than anything on this rock to me. So the measure will be poured out. The measure that you put out on others be poured out on you. He will pour out a just measure on all of us when he returns, when he sends Shiloh. Only he knows the day of the return of the bride, the bridegroom, when the bridegroom will come pick up the bride. So we'll see the day approaching. That's what it says. So thank you for that. That's what we're try not to mourn if you can. But yep, we got land for sale. I'm going to sell everything except for the ministry, and maybe somebody will come in and buy some land. I don't know. We'll see. But obviously, I've already decided to leave the U.S. and I'm going to die trying. Like if anything else, we need to put legs on our faith, and he will be my compass, and whatever happens to me happens to me. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna just stand around here and not try to get out of here before they shut the whole country down. So they already are, and I might not make it out of here, but at least if I tried, I won't be like, oh, you just sat there and didn't even try to get out. So but that's okay, because some people have to be here, and I'm in a really good spot for being in the U.S. So maybe somebody would be blessed, and I was really hoping again that somebody had bought the homestead on the highway there, the 5-acre parcel, but they didn't. A lot of people bought property out here, but didn't buy mine. That's Father. He put up another property right adjacent to mine, which okay, could bring people to the eyes to the property, or I don't really. It's all in Father's hands when it comes to me. So, but regardless, if I sell anything, I'm going to go. I don't care if I sell a single thing. I'm leaving either way. I'll leave with the clothes on my back, my dogs, and I don't need money. Remember, probably someday I'll be very wealthy and have millions of dollars, but I'm not ready for that right now either. So, I just have to do what my hands are in Father's hands. I can't change anything at all, and that's okay. I'm accepting that. I always have. I'll accept Christ. Remember, I'll do that. Father's thy kingdom come. That's when he returns. That's when I'll get my measure. And whatever happens in this life is just a test. It's a test of our faith and his will or your will. Your will is self-will. We know that. So no free will. No free will. So everything that's happening, it's not by chance. It's not luck. Wherever he wants me to be, that's where I'm at. Wherever Elijah is at, that's where Father wants him to be. Adriana, that's fine. But I'm going to at least try. You have to die trying. You can't, it's not a sit down, Jesus kind of thing. It doesn't work like that. That's not, remember, you have to put legs on your faith. Believe is an action word. So you'll know them by their fruit. Don't judge them by their cover. They can say whatever they want. They can look like they want. They can, but what is their fruit? What kind of fruit are they producing? Children of darkness, right? They work in darkness and they produce fruit. One bad apple will upset the whole apple cart like leaven. It leavens the whole lump. So I know people can't leave this country, and people don't even see what's happening right now, and that's fine. It's already happening. And It's going to continue to progress. That's what the book tells us. We're in sorrows, not the end, but the beginning. So nothing is going to be great. Nothing's going to be peaceful. Nothing's going to get, we've already made it past the first horse of Revelation. There's two horses, two riders. One has the scepter, one has the bow. So one's a deceiver, one is Shiloh. Most people don't read the book. They are religious. And that's why they don't get it. And just slow down and read it one word at a time. It'll start making sense. I got a brain that never shuts down until I go pass out and wake up. So otherwise, you got to slow down. And you really don't know what the hell you're saying if you don't, all you speak is in translation. If you speak in definition, then you speak truth. If not, that's why religion is not definition. It's vain and it's worthless and it's undefined and it's swine and it's any change is the other gospel. Even a single change to the word is not the truth. 99 lies and a truth is still a lie. 99 truths and a lie, 99 lies and a truth, it's still a lie. Can't be changed under this covenant, not even a jot. Nothing in the Old Testament we had judgment, vengeance, blood, war, fee, fine, all those things, but that's all been fulfilled. Not he blotted out, right? The handwriting of ordinances. So anything law, physical, we're not bound by the land, air, and water law. We're destined, and if we suffer, then measure will be poured out. Those who pour and the measure out. Remember, the blood of the saints is in the cup. And that cup of wrath will be poured out on the nations. But people don't read this book like it. It's happening now already, too. So it doesn't. Yeah. One bad M&M. You want me to put 100 M&Ms in there? One of them is cyanide in it, and we'll mix them up. You want to go here? Have the jar of M&Ms. Hi, Elsa. Don't partake. You know, if this eye was to cause you to covet, another man's, would you pluck it out? If this hand would cause you to death, to kill a man, would you chop it off right now? People don't get it. We have to be rebuked by Father, and it's the word that does it to us. So it's just the word. It's just the word. So it doesn't matter. Remember, this is already right. You're not seeing anything that's happening that Father didn't already write. He created evil, and that's what most people can't understand. He creates most people to be evil. Most people go to hell. Most people enter through the wide gate. That's what it tells us. So straight is the gate that he tells us Matthew to enter through, and that comes with a press. The word is theolobo, to be pushed from both sides. Theolobos is to be, so you'll fit through that straight press gate, like the wine. Yes, like the ellipsis is the word tribulation. Paul says we must go through much the ellipsis to receive the kingdom of heaven, and that is kingdom of heaven is within right now. But I'm talking about your pride is Shiloh. So doesn't matter. We're not on any end of that. Remember, if you covet another man's wife, that is adultery, is what he said, right? It's all spiritual wickedness in high places. That's what he said. Not that nice sit down on your ass Jesus. So the punishment is goodbye. I'm trying to put everybody in here under the old law. Don't talk about the old law. I'm not under the law. Preston, wake up. Alarm clock. Get up. You're hitting the snooze bar. Don't go to sleep. Children of darkness. Try to stop putting me under the law. It's not anger. It's passion. You can hate. Remember? You can hate the sin, not the sinner. Be charitable, brothers, sisters. Go out there and spread the gospel. Don't change it, or that's the other gospel that Paul said. Remember? Yeah, covetousness. This is spiritual. Remember? Wickedness. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Paul knew in his writings we're not under the law of blood and ritual and flesh. You might want to go back and read Paul's writings, all of them. The word is on the heart of the bride. Don't worry about it. You cannot change a single thing. There's no free will. There's no luck. There's no God in the sky. You can't be saved. You have to die to be saved. Saved is a purchased possession. That's called chosen. Predestination. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. To be the firstborn above brethren, right? The inheritance, all about an inheritance. The heirs in the age of heir. The book ends. Aries, the ram. Remember, David declared him the lamb. So it makes Father the ram. Welcome to Revelation. We're in the rider of the second red horse, where men will kill. We're in the last. Bible that means book. was written on stone tablets, on the hearts, on tables. There used to be altars, blood. Now it's like what baptismal, right? He paid that price. Beard, spiritual, the bride price, right? For his bride. And he would come back and redeem. That's called redemption. He said, look up. Get your head out of your redemption draweth nigh. It means it's already been purchased. Come back 2 days later, it's a purchased possession. Chosen. You're not seeing anything happen by chance. No free will, no luck. Not a chance in hell. It's not below your feet. Hell's the word bis. Remember where the angelos, that's the word messenger. Definition of an angelos or angel is messenger. The messenger, the abyss, Apollyon, Mithra at the time of Rome, Satan, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the war. We're not supposed to celebrate birth. There's only 2 birth dates. One of them's Satan, the other one Herod. He was trying to kill Christ. Christ is a pagan term, by the way. Never written in the scripture once, not one single time. There is no Christ. You're an idiot. That means anointed in oil. There's no Lord. That means master. There's no Jesus. There's no devil. There's no planet. I can go on and on. But remember, he said at a jot. Now they think they live on that dot. Blew it up into a planet. They must have got a hold of NASA. Remember, they could purchase more helium than anybody else on this rock. You know, NASA, not a space. Space. Where does it say space? Not a straight answer. Can't get a straight answer at anybody. They think hell's below their feet. They think heaven's above their head. They think earth's below their feet. Hell, they think it's 2025. What the hell is wrong with people? Froward is a Hebrew word. They're perverted. It means they added or changed or twist or take. You can't do that. Remember, you're an idolater if you do. If you go spreading that lies, then you're a Nephilim. You're a bully, not a giant. Is the word Anunnaki. Not gods of the sky. Shut up. Fallen doesn't mean from above your head. Angelos is the word messenger. See, everybody's a translator. You go after a transgender Jesus. Birthed in the middle of the winter, the masse, the eating of the flesh. Remember, we don't eat flesh. We don't drink blood. Right? Masse is the eating of human flesh. I know. Eat your kids. Just like Moloch. So, anyways. Got some land for sale. Interested? You want to buy some land? Got a great spot in the desert, higher and hippie than a B-2 bomber over Iran. How about that? So, you're an idiot. Go away, child. Why are you not saying Charlie, his buddy Charlie? Why aren't you saying his buddy Charlie? Come on, Charlie's got us surrounded. Why don't you talk about that? Why didn't everybody talk about that today? Like you care. You don't know anything about that. Go away. Political idiot. I don't do the donkey or the elephant. Stuck up on the lamb. He said to be not in this world, right? No, be in it, but be not of it. I don't want to hear your worldly nonsense. Get away from me, stink. Like pork, swine, pigs, people in government. That's what he said. Don't sup with swine. Remember, he said he knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the bite in. So it's like the Jew tube, 2 hollow needles full of snake oil. Get you stuck. So, yeah, well, that's what happens when you lean a little too far right, and you lean to the left a little bit. What a bunch of nonsense. And let's not really, I mean, if you're going to, you know, if you're going to be real, I'll be real with you. So thanks for not putting the captain at the end. No, Captain Kirk, oh, Spock. No. Shellspot, MAGA, Alistair, Mr. Crowley. Peace and safety, sudden destruction will come. Department of War, not Department of Defense anymore. They're telling you right in front of your face, we're at war. Don't war with anybody. Wrestle not against flesh, Paul said, and blood, right? That's what they want you to do. Fight. Red team, blue team. Republicans and Democrats. I've seen this, but the people love to play their little silly reindeer games, you know. Don't get ever the boat. Apocalypse now. Charlie's got us surrounded. So, what a bunch of idiots, right? Come out of her. We're not supposed to partake in this beast. Remember, it's the strangulation nation. We're not supposed to have any military outside our borders by the new covenant. So, figure it out. Figure it out. War doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. Will you be left on the Deagle maps? Are you what you see Deagle maps shows? I don't know if it's going to be the Aletheia truth or not, but that means 200 million Americans about to disappear in 3 months. They're already throwing people in the ocean, remember? Locking people up people for being poor. We got 1,000 military bases in 180 countries, and they're locking up for people being poor. We have a $1 trillion military budget. That's more than all the other countries combined. How is this a free country? There's more people locked up in America, 3% of the populace, and there are more people locked up than all the other countries combined right here in free. Well, how come everybody's in debt? With the inflation creation machine, with the central banks, it's a corporation, not a nation. So it's an enslaved strangulation corporation. All the other countries make them pay like mafia with oil. Remember, Venezuela told them. There's my two witnesses. Trump, we're going to put 4.5 million militia, not one in America. Stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curb. Like the monkeys, little wind up, little clacky toys. Say a little stupid, whatever. They're Americans. I asked Father to put an American flag next to whoever's American. I guarantee you're stupid with your First Amendment right. Well, no, that's what they say, and you wouldn't hear people say this stuff outside. I'm not saying they're not stupid people all over the world. Remember, this is the covenant of all flesh. Everybody stood on the X. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Go inside. Fear, fear, fear. You know how easy the next false, event will be? Everybody thought a virus was alive, and it's not. So next thing, they think robots alive. And now they already gave them feelings and rights. Oh, yeah, dropping them from the sky with the Mr. Stinky Starlink, Mr. Muskrat with his buddy Thump, Mr. 58-story tower, EpiPen Island boy. They're all island boys. Captain Kirk, the whole clan. Remember? He let the Biden. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. President, right? No, selected, pretendant, actor. Remember? You're fired. Never mind. We'll slow down a little bit for you. Slow down, Turbo. Start studying one word at a time, and this is all pretty easy to see. Because remember, Father already wrote on the side of the playbook, and so do they, and they know it better than all the religious idiots, Christians, Baptists, Mormon, all Satanists, all of them, swine, then all of them combined. Satan is a wise. He's said to be wise, right? He's not stupid. Satan is wise. Christians are stupid. Catholics are stupid. Well, most of them are just idiots, but whatever. They're religious, so there you go. They're swine. He said, don't sup with swine. Don't cast your pearls in the mud, right? Don't sup with vipers. He said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. All right, moving on. Remember, I don't do politics. Anybody who plays that's already been sold out to the left-right paradigm. Remember, Charlie leaned a little bit to the right and ended up leaning a little too far to the left. So, really? Come on. How do you know? I bet you there's millions of robots already living amongst us right now that you can't tell. I've thrown that out already. So, let's move on with Charlie's got us surrounded. We'll move on to some other talk in here but thanks for being real. So, felony, 34 felonies, and he's selected by the corporation, the commander in chief or whatever, the mass murderer in chief. Remember, you vote for red one or blue one. Which one do you vote for? I know, I serve the beast, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. He's the commander of all, even over a 5-star top general. Remember, but I'm a soldier of God, and if I die here on the battlefield, I hope that Father will bless me and reincarnate me as a soldier so I can live to fight again. And I ain't fighting with weapons. I'm fighting with the word. Hallelujah. Boom. Shakalaka. Put on the armor of God. He says twice in Ephesians. So I let Father fight all my battles. I'm meek, not weak. There's a difference. So be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Don't sit there like a duck in a pond, like a turtle. You turn them over on their back, they're screwed. Kind of like any woman I've ever got on her back, huh? Oh, no, I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. Ladies, I'm just kidding. Well, careful, these guys want to tell you like virology. They want to put in just the tip, and that never works out for you. So just trying to warn you, give you not alarm, cause alarm, but yeah, the old virology. Here, let's just put a little tip in there a little bit, and it'll work. It's everything's awesome. Don't worry about it. We got you. All right, moving on. Speaking about Elon Musk and cock rockets, rockets to the rocket man. The iron will not cleave the watery clay, Mr. Sticky Muskrat. We're in the age of clay, not the golden age with your stinky dome, Muskrat, buddy. Remember the dome? They'll put you in the dome. Like Hurricane Katrina under their national emergency, Executive Order 11004 of the 923 ritual they're doing now. Well, it was Father who birthed that, right? Bride in the bridegroom in the celestial firmament, right? In 2017, you remember what happened? Probably not. Remember the birth of the age in 2 and 3 BC? It happened again after 2,600 years. Oh, you don't know we're in a new age? Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to Aquarius. The book ends. Aries, Aries. Water, remember in the middle? Pisces. Had to birth a flesh vessel. Father doesn't have flesh. And Christ doesn't have breasts, by the way. So there, Booby Jesus. All right, we'll move on. So what are you doing? Where are you at? On the internet, you never know if you're talking to a bot or not. I am a Cylon Raider, and you may not escape. I'm not talking about on the robot. I'm talking about in your life. Millions of robots already integrated amongst you. Look how stupid society has become. Money is not gold and silver anymore. That should be illegal. We lock up all the presidents just for that. And now it's not a country, it's a corporation. So lock them up, lock them up, lock them up. But robots are not alive. Robots don't learn. They're programmed, and people think that a computer can learn, and now they gave these robots rights. So you're going to use them against the people. This is the perfect excuse, like a virus. It's not alive, and neither is a robot. But hey, maybe those Deagle maps will come to pass. Remember, I bet you there's millions of robots living with polypropylene oil. I don't know how many polymers they're away from the sex toy, but they're walking around in your community, and you don't even know it. Just like all the sleeper cells have been coming here since the 80s, 90s, 2010. Anybody 10, anybody 10 and a half, anybody half, I got 5, anybody 15, I got 15, now 17, what are we, 20, I got 21, 2, 3, 4. Here we are, back to the future. What do you got tomorrow? Go play with your balls somewhere else. Batter up. Reminds me of that Nelly song. Making me want to get off here and listen to that Nelly song. That's a good song. All right, get out of here. Go play with your balls somewhere else. And we don't do bats like Bat Soup, 5G Whiz, or out of a market, or out of a fish market in Wuhan, or out of a laboratory. So, yeah, go play with your balls somewhere else. Go play with your stupid swine skin, too. Play your stupid football. A bunch of giants of the day, that Anaki chasing around in a rigged game, a low-energy swine skin. Men in tights and jerseys. I don't do numbers and jerseys and letters. Go away from me, swine. Everybody can have a little entertainment, but I don't care about your balls and your bats. So take your bats and your balls and your glove and whatever somewhere else. Batter up. So, yeah, we're going to pulling out into the 9th inning stretch here, and we're going into overtime. It's called Sorrows. So welcome to Revelation. Oh my gosh, they're going to put them in Super Bowls, brothers, sisters. Hurricane Katrina, FEMA, 923 executive orders under a national emergency allows the Federal Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. This is not a recording. This is live. We're doing it live. We're having a broadcast. We're having a black sheep broadcast. Broadcast means to sow seeds. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping, and he also told you to not go asleep. You have to get some rest at night. I'm talking about spiritually. So, anyways, moving on in the conversation. Dialectus, glossa, tongue, alien to you. I know, alien dialect. You need a glossary to find your way. So there's no such thing as alien. So get out of here. Get out of my space. Go. Stink like the earth. Why do I get somebody in here? You're religious. I don't want religious people or political people in here. Go. One of you are in here. I smell you. I smell you a mile away. Smell like the earth. Smell like swine. Earth is ruled. Heaven's the ruling class. So who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Where are you from? Indiana? Anybody seen Elijah Werner? He's my son. And I think the cops killed him. So see him, tell him to call me if not, if he's alive. And his wife too. Please. I have the same number. So thank you. This is not a recording. It's really live. So moving on. I know it's alien. You don't know what I'm talking about, but move along now. Look over here. Don't look over here. Nothing to see here. No left-right paradigm. No Democrats or Republicans allowed in the room. You vote for a PDF file. The last one was PDF file. The one before that was PDF file. They're all, I don't want your lip. I don't hear not a sugar-coated peep out of here. Celebrate your drug addict. You eat sugar, so don't talk about it. Drug addict. Like people coming here and pushing drugs. I mean, I'm start pushing it back on them. Eat some sugar. Go eat sugar. Go eat some more sugar. Get some more candy. Go get a Monster Energy drink. Go get some corn syrup. Sugar daddy. Who's your daddy? The corn god. I am the great Corn Julio. Are you threatening me? They're on the corn syrup drugs. I'm on the Shiloh juice. It's got me all hopped up, lift me up every day, and carries me to the end of the day when I don't even want to get out of bed. How about that for some medicine? Shot to the dome, huh? Sever the head and put them at the top. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it. That's pride. Don't shine or rise above the other. That's pride. You live in a city, I rebuke you. Get out of the city if you can. Not everybody can, so you better make a plan. With your neighbor, somebody, not be fighting people. They want you to fight. Remember, red team, blue team, Democrat, Republicans, like a hamster going around on a wheel. They never get anywhere. Hopium's what it's called. They slam the hopium and drink the Kool-Aid. Remember, Mister, come on in the Broadway and you can enter through the Pizza Gate. Remember, EpiPen Island boys. I want you to drink that. It's like you're at a luau or something like that. Oh, apologize for my aloha brothers and sisters there. And the kikis, all the little ones there. I didn't mean to offend not that island. They're EpiPen Island boys. Remember? All of them, they go to the island. He let Joe Biden do the island. So, yeah, no kids. Don't let the kids see any of that stuff, man. That's crazy. Remember he said you're greater to have a millstone tied around your neck and cast into the sea than hurt one hair. And he knows the number of hairs on our head. Yeah, to hurt one hair on my children's head. That don't mean like, remember, a child of God is maybe somebody has a disability or something. You know, they never don't know if they're sinning or, you know, probably because they got too many jabs, you know, too much spraying, too much fluoridation, chloridation. Yeah, they stung you with the spelling bee when you were young, cursing at you and curses, got you spelling curses and cursive. And yeah, did you go to public school and got schooled? You know, so you go with the flow and they channeled you. And remember, you had the TV guide, so that guided you, right? Programmed you to, well, never mind. Now same thing, visual and verbal voodoo. It used to be like a dial tone, and now they got the buttons you press at you and they poke at you. You know, stand in line, get a cheat test, get a free test, get a jab, get a free donut if you get a jab. I think some bars are even offer a free beer for a jab. Hey, stand in line, bow to the altar, jab. Remember Mr. Warp Speed? The two Jews, two Jew tube, the snake oil venom. He said, right? 4 + 5 is 9. Remember the selected pretended by the Fortune 500 companies. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. Oh, you want to go back in time. 4 + 5 is 9. The first administration, the regime, Donald, Mr. Warp Speed with the jab. Remember, he said, you know, I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden, right? Yeah, the Island Boys. And then Back to the Future, 4 + 7 is 11, 9/11. President 9/11. It's that simple. It was just a day ago or something, 2 days ago. He said he sent to witness, so gonna get a what? Uh-huh. The man responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Gonna make it any more. Don't do this Common Core math in here with me. Kick your ass out of here if you can't learn, and ask somebody who can't learn. So, yeah. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes don't add up to me. So, what's going on with that? Nobody cares. Still don't. They're still touching kids at the airport. That's why. Remember, eat your kids, touch your kids, throw your kids in the fire. Moloch, Satan, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter, the sun god, the one Trump has his house decorated with, and then he let Joe Biden. All right. Well, now it's the gold. Remember, he made it gold, so he's the goat, greatest of all times. Remember, there's goats and sheep. So, MAGA is the high priest of the Satan Church, like Mr. Aleister Crowley. Dun, 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 dun. Somebody's singing that. What you do? Oh. Stop it. Slow down, Turbo. You speak like a transgender Jesus. Jesus with boobies. The boob of Jesus. We talk about that in here because people don't want to talk about it. But anyways, what are you doing? Why are you in America? America's an apostate nation, been raping everybody by dollar. Cold out here in the desert today. Here, winter broke. You ready? He said, pray your flight. Wings of an angel. Wise as serpent, gentle as a dove. Be not in the winter. Man, you guys are quiet. That's all right. Slow down, Turbo. I guess they put him to a screeching halt. Stop like Alto. He put some fuego under their donkey, ass, whatever. Speak up. Don't go down to the silent majority. What the hell are you doing? Hell's not below your feet. It's not 2025. Why are you here on this rock? You have any purpose? What do you serve? Can't serve 2 masters. Serve your corn Julio God. I am the great corn syrup. Oh, Whatever, drug addicts. And a bunch of drug addicts are all drugged out on sugar. Look at them, they're crashing now. Father, why did you create sugar, the sugar daddy rituals? Who's your daddy? Throw some sugar in the stocking you, huh? Like the Walmart after the 24-hour Walmart. Nope, not after the COVID. No more 24-hour Walmarts. Oh, that's funny. Hey, what's up, stalker? What are you doing? You all drugged out on your sugar? Drinking an energy drink? Are you on your corn Julio syrup? Got your bubbly, your carbonic acid, so your whole proteins don't separate and you get toxic like Britney Spears. That just came into my head. That's pretty good. Are you singing it in your head now? All right. Do you have a clear head, or are you on drugs, sugar? I'm pushing drugs on people in here. Sugar. Go eat some sugar so you get all sugar-fied. You can do your sugar cotton candy ritual, your sugar daddy. Old lollipop Christian, get out of here. Oh, sucker, I don't want to hear about it. Dumb. Pushing drugs. People always come in here like the government try to push drugs on me, so I'm pushing sugar on everybody now. I'm a drug dealer. Well, don't have any, but you can. I don't want any sugar, but you can go get some at the store everywhere you go. Go to the parts store, whatever, get some, that number 10 socket because you keep getting lost. And then there's some sugar staring at you. Oh, crap, man. Better go over and get that board of some drywall, punched a hole in the wall. So show your shoes on camera. Dude, get out of here, Jordan. That's stupid, man. Why don't you take your Chewbacca head, maybe they had a threesome. It was Anakin Skywalker. They had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now they got big feet. You take your two big feet out of here, man. Idiot. Get out of here. What a child. You acted like an ass. Oh, you got 4 legs now. You can take them 2 out of here. You're whoever's with you. Oh, just me, myself, and I. Well, we got a crowd here. 3's a crowd. Adios, muchacho. Bendejo. Oh, my bad. Oh, that was the first one. I let one slip. Also, what did I just do? I let one fall out. Tried not to. Oh, well. Good thing we don't have like a jar. We had one in my house. Anytime we had a curse word, I'd put a quarter in the. Anyways. Ay. No mas. Remember, they got you cursing in cursive, so, or stinging you with the spelling, at the spelling bee. So that's pretty good. We went, okay, that's not too bad. Not too bad. All right, I'm a filthy rags anyways. I fall short of the word, and sometimes I let one fall out. And if I just can get out of America, I won't. I just need a vacation. We'll come back to America and get the rest of this ministry here next year or whatever taken care of next spring. So I'm definitely not worried about when I get out of this country. I'll really be a whole lot better. I just been working too long. So they no longer teaching cursive. No, they don't sting people like they do. They don't teach them to learn. They don't teach them related. They cast spells on them. Remember with the spelling bee now. And yeah, now they got them on the black mirror. The box, the cabra. Looking into that all day long. Seriously, they don't hardly spend. I was so pissed off when I sent my sons to public school how much time they spent in front of a screen and not actually learning a damn thing. Of course you can learn on the internet and stuff, but they need to learn other than from a computer. They teach them to be good workers, worker bees. Remember, sting them at the spelling bee, cursing and curses, no more cursive in spelling, but they don't spell in cursive, but they sure can cast spells on them, right? Through the black mirror, the cabra, the box. So the flicker rate, all this interweb, get them caught up in their mind, spun like a web, the worldwide internet. Careful, words are everything. Remember, in here we're pretty particular about our dialectists. We don't know no aliens in here. No illegal aliens. Remember, that's what we used to call them. Because America is the beast. Also, we know that. Nobody wants to say it, but it is. Water Strangulation Corporation has 1,000 military bases in all countries. None. Like I said, this is a Romanesque. This makes Rome. We still have the Vatican, so look like child's play. You know what I mean? It's 300 years. Just strangle everybody with debt. Put the war machine on everybody. Force everybody to pay like the money changers. Take away their gold and silver. You know, take their body parts. Start ripping their children apart. You know, Raggedy Ann and Andy. Jack wants Jill's, pocket. Jill wants Jack's button. Children are never supposed to see this. Children. There was never any child that was strapped to a bomb and put in an airplane and ran into a building, and they touch kids at the airport still. Why? Trump. Remember? Kitty touch. Catholics. Satanists. Tammuz, the son of Satan, who had sex with her mom. Remember? After Satan, Mithra, the sun god, Cheeto face, died. Why do you think he paints his face orange? Nobody has the excuse why. Because Mithra, he's the sun god. He's mimicking the sun god. Have you ever heard anybody decode why he paints his face with, actual cake makeup? I've done acting before. I've been an actor. I don't want to talk about it, like I said, but I've done some acting before and played some roles. But either way, not in a sense. I mean, I've been on radio, television before, but pancake makeup, stage makeup. I've been on and done this. My dad was an actor, for Christ's sake. Remember, my grandmother was an actress. She was runner-up for Miss America. I have all the family that's all wealthy and rich. Remember, mom's married to a race car driver. I hate all that stuff. I hate Hollywood. I hate fame. I hate fortune. It's pedophilia. Land of the big baby oil parties. Who do you think paid for the baby oil in Hollywood? That was a big ass bet, wasn't it? Mr. Oil God himself. Warp speed. Here, take the snake oil. Now it's baby oil. That's a lot of baby oil. But anyways, see what I'm saying? It's just right in front of their face. So, I'm just saying that they're doing the same thing. Red team, blue team. They went out on all this sex with beast and man, and that's how they were overtaken. They just got, gluttonous. And that's what this nation is. It's a gluttonous nation. 40% of the resources are consumed by 3% of the population. It can't be a free nation. 97% of the population, right, doesn't live here, but yet there's more people locked up in America than all the countries combined. How's that a free nation? That's a slave nation. If you're not enslaved behind bars, then you're enslaved by debt. And then the debt that you remember, and then you pay to get thrown in a cage. I've made it. I don't mean to do the big Bob thing. I hate doing that. I can't wait. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'll not talk like that when I leave. I'll talk around it. I can't. I can still get the point across and talk about Big Bob sandwiches and not say the whole, rock'em sock'em robot sandwiches or whatever. So, but it's still going on though. Some of us have to talk about things, and I hate to be so vulgar, but there's a lot of vulgar and vile and vain things going on every day in Hollywood. We know that these actors, the pretendant, the selected pretendant, is a PDF file, and the last ones were all, PDF files, and nobody cares. It's insane how this nation just continues, and it's because Father creates evil. That's why this is so evil. It's because Father is the one behind this. He creates this. Do you think you've seen evil? You ain't seen nothing. Wait till they start bringing these robots out, Elsa. I'm not going to be wrong with this. And I hate being right. I hate being torn by this. I talked to my son about this time. I said, when this happens right now, I said, what am I going to do, son? He said, Dad, you're going to do what you always do. You're just going to keep moving on, and you're going to keep talking about it. Because I did. I said, there's going to come a time where I can't take it, Elijah. It's going to be too much. It already splits me now. I was telling him, like, before, I used to kind of equate it like to him, where like, son, we're really already off the cliff. Okay. Like the Wile E. Coyote, cartoon where, we haven't really quite fallen yet. And I remember when the world was there, you know what I'm saying? If it makes sense, the cartoons, when it goes off the cliff, when Wile E. does that little, and he doesn't quite drop. I used to kind of equate to him about to teach him in times in life, once you tip too far, it's it. You're not going back up and can't put the genie back in the bottle. Remember, that's not real, but you know what I'm saying? And we're here. Go look at my channels, America Ever After, Truth Bible Television. Everything I was talking about 10 and 12 years ago is happening right now. I remember before I talked to my son, before all this, when he came here too. And because he said, Dad, I had a hard time. I was watching your channels because I live with you and you sound like a freaking drill sergeant. And it's like I don't want to be drilled by you, and like, but he said, Dad, I went back and watched your channels. Like everything you were talking about is happening right now. I said, I know, Elijah, it's not like I know anything. I was just repeating what studies that I have been studying your whole life. You've ever only known me to throw you the football 1,000 times, get you fed, do whatever, get the money made for the first, whatever you needed, and then study the rest of the day. You know that. That's why you told me you were watching, looking over my shoulder, and how you learned so much is I didn't force it on you. You just saw Dad working, and when you were content, you come over and, you know, he said, it's so crazy, Dad. You could be in a dead sleep, Dad. You could be in a dead sleep. I mean, you are passed out. And I could say, Dad. And you're like, what? My son used to ask me, he's like, Dad, do you sleep at all? I said, what do you mean, son? Of course I sleep. He said, but Dad, every time I ask you when you're sleeping, I was a single parent. I had that kind of mom and dad. He said, I say, Dad, and you always say, what? I don't ever have to ask you more than one time, no matter what. And well, Elijah, you're my son, like I can't stand it. You take the covers off you and you're cold. And I know you like being cold, but I want you to be cold. So I just don't sleep. There's nobody else but us right now, brother. Or sorry, he is my son. He's my brother, mother's son. But then he said, then I'm sitting there studying, right? I'm wide conscious and he's talking over my shoulder. He said, Dad, and you don't even hear me. So anyways, I'm a weird one, just so you know. That's the way I work. And I don't mean it's, apologize for nothing. I have no regrets. I've made a ton of mistakes. Father guides me, and like I said, I just share a little bit of that with you. To understand how the way I become is because Father shaped me to be this, to send the message, share the gospel. That's what we're all supposed to be doing. And I'm not special in any way, shape, or form. Everyone in the bride is supposed to do, standing, against the system, against the beast, and going out. And that's why the gospel is such a threat to the system, because the gospel is, Christ in you. The gospel has come out of her, and he's talking about this mammon law of the flesh and all these rituals and fees and fines. That's what the gospel is. It is the body as one bride, one spirit that doesn't dwell, as he said, in houses made by hands. So the temple and the physical rituals are all behind us now, and people don't like that. They love to celebrate. And so you're going to take heat no matter where you're at in your life if you start pointing out, apostasies. But remember Psalms, David's writing said the only thing it takes for evil to flourish, and Father created that evil, is for good men. And I don't, it's hard for me to say that. I don't want to argue with Father's word, but how are they good if they're just standing around and doing nothing? But it's Father's word. I don't want to twist it, and I want you to understand. So you're going to have to take some heat, and this is taking and messing with the children is part of God's plan, whether you like it or not. What we see here on this rock is not by chance. It's not by luck. There's no free will. If you've been taught in here, I've taught you through the word over and over and over and over. I hit the same points and beat you with these like a drum. Boom, 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 boom. So you're saying it in your sleep. Like I said, Dad, what? Get me in the world, because I'm out of it. I'm in God's world. I'm in his, his time and place and space. I don't want this world. I don't want it anymore. He's the only one who's keeping me here. I don't really remember, I want to continue the ministry is what I'm doing. I'm girded in his service. I live Revelation. I explained to you how we're in these exact days that the firmament markers were left. I warn you, the stars could be corrupted in this book, but I show you these celestial firmament markers so you can mark them above your head. And these masters, these they serve, right? They rule over this earthly people. They do. They think they live on a ball on a planet. That they're just ruled by their dialect. That's why, when Elsa came in, she said morning, and I said we don't mourn in here, and I still make the mistake and say morning sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I know Revelation's such a beautiful time, isn't it, Elsa? If you understand, I was always so scared of Revelation 2. else you're gonna hear everybody say that when they say they read Revelation, they're like, "Oh my, I don't read it." It's because it's so scary. It doesn't even seem if it's real, but yet now it's happening right in front of their eyes. We are living in the last, pages they're in. We are he said, purify yourself as he purified himself. As iron, you know, gets hardened, through fire. And if you can't make purification of gold and silver, unless you put that in that fire for a long time, it takes to burn off, like in a crucible, a long time, a high heat. And that's the press that he's putting us through. And that it feels good. And I don't mean to go that, but like that, but not trying to get all S&M or nothing like that. But the pain that we suffer, we know it's not in vain. You know what I'm saying? We all are. We all are. We're so tired. We don't want to be in the skin anymore. But remember, sozo, you have to endure to the end. That's salvation. He picks you up and carries you and lifts you and will heal you after you die. You will be saved. Anybody who screwed you over, he will right. Remember, he is the hados. He draws the line. If somebody's got this all screwed up, he's straight out. Somebody hurts you, he will heal you. But it's not. You got to endure the end. I know it's tough. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here at all, but I have to stay. I have to endure the end. We can't check out early, man. That's just 22 veterans every day plug themselves and say, I can't do this, because they know the beast system they served, and people figure it out. And they're like, man, I've been doing the wrong thing. But that's good. When you're tired, then he will lift you. He will carry you. He does it to me. I'm so tired of this meat suit. The skin is tired, busted myself up so many ways. But if he keeps me, I'm in my 50s now, for another 50 years, I guarantee he will make me do it. He said, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So salvation is after death. You have to serve into the last breath and be redeemed. And I know you don't want to hear that, but that's what we need to do. Remind each other as a bride. Iron sharpens iron. Put each other through that fire so we can be purified as he purified himself. We will be redeemed. It will be worth it. It's not in vain. There is like it hardened steel, it will, you will be there with the, you're the bride and he's the bridegroom. And that's what it's all about. It's the age of error, and having that crown and letting nobody steal that from you. If you don't, you're not going to have a crown to set up your father. And so he is the treasure, that we are running to. He is our prize. So he'll keep you going. I know I can't. I got a son and a daughter that's potentially murdered, and I can't even report their murdered bodies. They keep throwing me in jail. I can't leave the country right now, and I know I should leave right now because I just wanted to take a vacation until everything, whatever. There's nowhere to run under these books, under this judgment. Is all flesh under this covenant. A little bit of all flesh is going to be redeemed. Everybody else is going to hell. They're already in hell, but that's just the way the book's written. And you got to go through hell to get to heaven, right? Much the ellipsis Paul said we must go through to receive that kingdom of heaven. And that ellipsis word is tribulation. And tribulation comes with long suffering, fiery trials. A baptism is a process that takes time, like salvation, that takes time. All these things that Father puts us through is not going to be some slam, like some quick sugar fix or some quick fix. It's a long process, and it's tiring and it burn out. But remember, it's a marathon. So pace yourself. Don't no, people do that. They father pulls them to them, and they think, oh my goodness, I found Christ. No, you didn't find Christ. Christ called you to him, but then you go out the gate real strong, but you can't keep up the pace, and then you burn out. So just pace yourself. We're not to the end yet. I can promise you that. You know what I'm saying? Um, we're not anywhere. We're in what is the book called? Sorrows. So it's about to get a lot worse, and there is going to be a lot of worse and intensification, that is sorrows, or like a woman in travail in labor, intensification of pain, until there will be a crowning moment. If you're at a child, but we're not there. So it will pull back, and that's where people are going to fall asleep, and he tells us not to do that. So if you get a break, don't fall asleep, please. I know it's tiring. I know in a marathon, if you want to have your hand held raised at the end in victory, you got to finish the strongest. So don't teeter out here. That's why he tells us through salvation, through the gospel. This is the gospel that's not being taught anywhere in the world. Here in Grace and Truth Ministries, I don't know where else it's being taught. If you know anybody else, please put links, because we do not mind, like it says in the book of Timothy, adding to our faith. So, but I don't know anybody else that's sharing the ellipsis gospel, the 490, the generation that didn't let the land life fallow rest. for 490 years because they didn't listen to Father. So now we pay that price through this 7 times 70 turn your cheek. We have to just let this life beat us, and he's our prize. The word is orge, and it means quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick to anger, and quick to judgment. We are to judge with his word righteously. If somebody's in the broad way, turn them to the narrow way. The Father's just testing you. He's trying to beat you, beat the test to see if you love him more, because he's the one doing it. He's in control. He's the one who created evil. Isaiah 45:7, to beat you, to try to see if you won't turn your cheek and go back and lash out at somebody, you know. And that's the test that we're under, this test of this meek gospel, the 7 times 70 gospel that I told you. It's not being taught. I don't know any other where in this channel that's putting it to you in this fashion, through this dialect as I'm giving you. I'm not special. I'm just telling you what the word says. Cosmos is the word, orderly arrangements. Maybe it's the orderly arrangements of the cosmos. That's the dialect, because I have a celestial firmament gospel understanding, and I love the word because of the word just come to life in the celestial firmament stars, and that's what he sent me here to declare the line. But I still have to be, if I'm going to be a disciple, I still have to bear the burden of crucifixion and suffering and hated. We're not here to be loved by the world. If he said, if you're loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. So we're not to deny this. He tells us if we deny him in front of our friends and our coworkers and our family, and here even on this social media, he'll deny us in front of the Father. So you can't, it's come. People don't like that. They want to do their celebration Jesus and their and we're not to do these things. We're supposed to. We don't celebrate a single thing. We suffer for that, and people don't like that, and they make it into a religion. And Christ is not a religion. He wrote the letter to them. Remember, he visited John at the island of Patmos as a messenger, as an angel, angelos, and he gave John that book of Revelation, and that first, scripture writing was the letter to the 7 churches. Oh, heareth what the Lord say unto the churches. So you might want to go back and read this book. He ain't about temples or houses made by hands. And I'm telling you, that's what the threat to even in this modern day. It was a threat to the Pharisees at the time because he was fulfilling the law that was all been perverted. The halakha and the haggadah is a perversion of the oral law and a written law. You probably don't know any of this, but that's okay. Keep studying. Prove yourself worthy by studying. And I didn't get this overnight, and I'm not done studying. I can be reproved. I can be reproved with the word. We are supposed to put the word on me. If I make a mistake, tell me where I made a mistake in scripture. But you better come one word at a time at me. You better know every word have a lexicon and use the eSword app and be using the only one accepted text, the interlinear Textus Receptus, and have the Greek and Hebrew and have some oligos, speak a little Greek to me. Otherwise, you probably won't make it in here. I'll smash biblical scholars. I'll smash deacons, preberns, priests, pastors. I have confidence like Brother Jim because I love the gospel, and it doesn't make me above. That's pride. That we are equally yoked under this covenant. That's right. Pride is one above another. That's his heavens. That was his pride, and that was Aaron and Levi. Remember, he loved Jacob, who he hated Esau before any of this was ever created, before either were ever born. So he knows that's the Greek word prognosko, and he gave Jacob later the inheritance, who he loved and called Israel. Right, the 12 families, up against the Great Sea. Not a religion. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was the law. Christ came to fulfill the perverted law. That's the word, froward, to pervert. That's why I make sure in here we stick to the word. And we don't change these words, not even a jot, or that's the other gospel. Paul knew that, and that's why he put that in his writings. There's so many of these study tools that you can use in this modern day. Think about a man, had to take his family on foot and walk for a near day to hear somebody like myself give them the gospel. They didn't have a book, and they had a book, and I don't need the book. You wrote it on my heart. I still have the books, what I'm saying. And they weren't even getting the true gospel. Maybe a man could on horse cut that in half or something, but you weren't even getting the gospel. Now you have all this beautiful study tools and you've got the dark side, you got the dark web, you got all these internet study tools. Doesn't mean it's true on the internet. Just Charlie, you see whatever you think, but visuals, anyways, you're going to be held accountable. I'm telling you that. Myself too. I purify yourself, brother, sister. Stop. Don't try to learn something by a man. Study the word, that's aletheia, and truth, hokadesh, spirit, and yeah, cool. I die to self every day. Don't worry about it. Your day of death's already written. So your day of death was already written. Nobody can take you can take your own, but Father already knows what you're going to do. There's no free will. So can't change a damn thing in this world. Just do what you're told. As a disciple, you bear the burden of crucifixion and suffering and fiery trials, and for standing up for him, like he stood up because of the perversion. As I said, he came back to not abolish Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, the laws. He came to fulfill the laws of flesh. We are still under. Remember, there was ordinance, code. I don't do mandates, ordinance, or codes. He blot out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. I don't go on dates with men or follow mandates, and I'm not under the law. Remember, I am destined. There's a difference. I'm not bound by fate or law, and it doesn't make me lawless man on this rock. I just don't do their laws, and if I suffer because of that, I'll be redeemed. I'll have a crown. I won't let anybody take it from me. I'll guard his commandments if I love him. That's what he tells me to do. And I know I've been a military veteran. I can lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. I know how to do that. So in this case, I lead this flock in here because I'm the shepherd of this, ministry, and I didn't ask for it. That's just Father made me this way. So probably why made me a disgusting, filthy veteran. The most disgusting people to ever walk this rock are United States Army veterans. The most vain thing there ever was, worthless you can ever be as an Army veteran. But it is what it is, That's why he made me that, so that I can share this, meek, not weak, no foreign entanglements gospel. How about that? Like Washington, a 33-degree Mason. FGW, F all these politicians, they're all swine Satanists, and their 33 Masonic rituals are not going to fool me. I'm an eternal being. I've been here a million times. I don't never die. If I die to self, flesh daily, spiritual death, not physical. So you might want to go back and study the word. It'll get you up as much as I don't want to every day. I give it just recent, not that long ago, hit in the face with a grenade, stroke, hemorrhaging for 6 months out my face. Respiratory, still to this day fighting, almost died, I don't know how, a couple of weeks ago or something like that, choking on my own, respiratory fluids from breathing too much tear gas. I need to get out of this cabin that I'm in. It just keeps leaching out of the cabin that I'm in. So do it. Work harder. Nobody cares. That's a Dax thing, not me. I just threw that out there. I thought that was pretty good. Work harder. Nobody cares. So Father knows. Don't worry about it. Your day of death's already written. You take your life, it's because Father did it, and you ain't going to see Father because you have to endure to the end to be saved. So don't take the pussy route. You don't get 9 lives like a cat. All right. Thank you, Father. Once again, I have a beautiful place out here in the desert. Thank you, Father, for the blessings of this abundance, of this ministry, of this ranch here at Silver Rock Ranch, the ability, all the cabins and the beautiful landscape, the abundance. I don't have any actual friends or like that, or with the ministry, but that's okay. The ministry will serve and continue, and their bodies will show up when he's ready. And thank you for the suffering. Always give thanks, Father, for all things. We're not supposed to just think of when things are great. Don't get just talk to him when you're down on your knees because somebody did something to you and you're hurting, or you're pleading for life, because you're hanging on to life by a string. We're supposed to thank him for the good and the bad, because the bad things that he's doing to you might just be a test to see if you'll respond, and maybe he's purifying something out of your life that you don't realize. That's the way it works. Father creates all things. There's no change in anything. There's no free will. There's self-will, which is not God's will. And there's phileo love, and the love of Father is agape love. So most people don't love the word. They love the world. And he warned of that, in the end of days, their agape will be pornea. They'll be lovers of self. So self-will, their hearts will be waxed cold from the word, and that's where we're at. And so don't expect things to get better from now. And if you If you remind yourself of that, then you know that sorrows means you'll be ready. You'll have extra oil like you're supposed to in your lamps. You'll trim them. You won't come out the gate too fast. And you will make it to the end, no matter how hard it gets. And you will have your held hand raised in victory because you finished the strongest. Not now. You ain't even think, you think it's getting hard. It's going to get a lot harder. So I fight that every day, Exodus, because we're just spiritual beings. So don't worry about it. You're not afraid to die. Hallelujah. Good for you. Now just hang on. Because death ain't nothing. It's a doorway. Time is an illusion. When you're eternal, you never die. You just die to self daily by flesh, spiritual. So I totally hear you. We're all there. The bride's there. We're all numb. We look around. Evil is abundant. The president's a PDF file. I don't do politics. None of this. Anybody who's sold out to this left right paradigm, sold out. Nobody cares about children being separated from their families, from people who've been here working in America for 20 years, never committed a crime. I don't care about a piece of paper. Humanity is lost. You know, people have been strangled by this corporation, America, having to live under the threat of a gun, military people just, and now look at the president comes in. Look at this recent banter he put out there, about, and I don't do this politics, you know what I'm saying? It is, you know what I'm saying? This is a time of sorrows. Remember, this is a time where things are going to get a lot worse, not better. So we need to remind ourselves of that. So we are ready. We'll hold on and we will be able to have abundance. So we'll be able to feed people extra bread, extra fish. The time is to hold, not to bow down to, even if it, like I said, to these men. This is the time to stand up and show what you're really made of. I mean, Father birthed us for this age. He birthed his bride, right? To remember, you got to endure to the end to be saved. Endure. Remember that word. Whenever you can't hold on, he says endure, and I hang on to that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Um, we can't give up. That's not, you're not a disciple. You're not, if you whatever, that's okay. Then take the easy route. But you ain't gonna be with Father. You let somebody steal your crown. You put him at the top of your house, and he'll give you the strength. He always does. People help people find their way in a dark place, like a light in a harbor where people lost their instrumentation. They can't find their way. So you need to be that light. Don't just keep shouting his word out as loud as you can. You don't mean to have to be in an audible sense, but and he'll remember it says, finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. So may the power of his might put on the whole armor of God, that you be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. These liars and deceivers and demons are abundant, abound everywhere. He said, we wrestle not against flesh and blood. There it is again. He's trying to tell you, stop fighting your flesh. I got you. But wrestle against principalities, powers. That's where our battle is at. Not the flesh, not our brethren, but against the rulers of the darkness of this world. And we know who these people are. I'm telling you who it is here. You should see it. It's obvious. Spiritual. I told you, spiritual wickedness, a spiritual battle. Spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I say unto you, put on the whole armor of God. He tells us this so that we can have armored up with the word, armored up with that daily bread. That's what we carry, that salvation, that crucifixion. We carry it with, that's that beating that purifies the world out of us so that we can be with Father and be lifted. A bird cannot achieve lift without resistance. It's not possible. It's mathematically, scientifically, it's not possible. You have to have resistance to be lifted. If you want to go downhill, well, then just let gravity just take you to the pit. Every step is easy. Look at where it leads you. It leads you to nowhere, fast, to the bottom. You want to go to the top of the hill like a mountain climber, every single step is going to have resistance, correct? Can't achieve lift without resistance. So, hallelujah. You know what I'm saying? This is part of what we go through. So, you got land and you can help next generation of all homeless. Yep, I've been trying to help everybody their money. So find a place for their sister. They're literally locking up people for being poor now in America, and there really is an abundance of land if you'll get out of the damn cities. And like what 90% of the populace, because of trade in our harbors and supply chains, live about 100 miles from the ocean. There's an abundant amount of land if you get away from and it's hard because, like I said, supply chains. Most of the things move through the ocean. There's more water on this rock than there is land, so that's why that demographics works like that. But if you go to a place where you can get away from people who are all convenienced out, they're not convenienced. They already stock up. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and don't they have extras in the city? Country folks don't normally have just enough food to get by for the week. They normally, I have more eggs than I know what to do with. You know what I'm saying? I have more land than I know what to do with. I have abundance, and it kills me every day knowing that I have. I mean, I work for what I have. I don't get a single dime from any veteran benefit, no Social Security. I paid in since I was 15. No child support. I was single dad for 8 years, but I work for what I have. I'm a farmer. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so, um, no, I'll give you some land. You come work some land. I can get you onto some land. I mean, uh, you want to work for something, you give a man fish for a couple of days, and then you give him a fishing pole. You can't fish. You can get the hell out of here. I don't want to help anybody that want to help themselves. But anyways, charity only goes so far. Charity's only with the word. So that's all I have to give is the word. Anything else is. But I do feel bad that they're just kicking people off the streets for being homeless, and we have $1 trillion military budget. That when people would be poor if we would spend so much in other countries and give our money away to other countries, police in the world. So, um, uh, what about this one? A little food for thought, and say, give or take 20 years, the world won't be able to keep up with the demand of population. No, that's not true. Where the hell would you come up with that? You know nothing about what's going on this rock. Men work for what they get. Oh, and feed the world as it is. Yes, we can feed the world as it is. Oh my gosh. There's no prophets, right? In this rock, your name, prophet, that's the word teacher. He says, called no man teacher. You don't feel too bad seeing how you got all this land with all these homeless people. No, we don't know anything about coming in here money. Just because I wouldn't give you a piece of land doesn't mean, oh, you don't want to get off your ass and work for it. I work for what I had. I'm a horse trader. You can leave now too. I told you I want to help people. I don't want to help themselves. So get away from me. If you're slimy swine and you don't want to help and you come up with some nonsense like that, I work for what I have. Did you hear what I said? I'm a horse trader. Stop being an idiot. If you don't know, don't speak up. There you go. That's what I want to hear. That's right, Lago, because everything can be taken from you. And then what do you have? You can lose all this land. And then what do you got? You got a skill set. You're going to eat somebody because you can't feed yourself. 3 generations ago, a man or a woman could walk out into the wild and feed themselves without a Starbucks. What I'm saying? Without a Piggly Wiggly or a Hardee's or a Carl's Jr. or an In-N-Out Burger, whatever your convenience is. People are lost. And so I won't help anybody that doesn't want to help themselves and try to say that something's wrong, because no, the Father will send who he wants here. Don't worry about it. I've been trying for 10 years to bring people out to this land, and there's people out here. There are people out here, and they're super successful. They do it everywhere, but Father's not ready. One bad apple upset the whole apple cart, so I'm glad I don't even have to worry about that. And I've still got the homestead and enjoy and do what it is that I've done out here. So um, good. Outstanding, Bob. I have more eggs than I know what to do with. There's abundance as possible because you can take those hatchlings of both those and start creating people who don't have eggs. Maybe some of your neighbor has Brussels sprouts and you didn't like Brussels sprouts as a kid, but your land just don't seem to go well, or broccoli or something. You can trade. That's how I've made my way. I'm a horse trader. I don't really use money, very little money if I can. I mean, I have to have it, but when I have it, I turn it into an asset like chickens. Or chickens I can hatch. Now I have got more eggs. That's abundance. People are all stuck to go to the store and buy eggs that are crap. Don't even taste like eggs. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna get up and make about 10 eggs this morning. I'll make a grip load of eggs. Greenhouses, Bob. I just built an awesome outdoor greenhouse. I've got some cannabis in there because I haven't grown it as my medicine in a lot of years, but it's only gonna be in there for another month. Um, Yes, there we go. That's the kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go to Ecuador to grow food, to grow more food. I'm a food like a chipmunk. I'm always trying to get a nut, put up stores for the winter. Chicken, I got a brain this big, or a squirrel, and nobody needs to tell it to put up nuts, and they tell me I'm nuts. It's okay. I got enough food for all 28 people in this room right now. Shut the gates, and we could stay here for 3 or 4 years probably, and still produce food and have ways to not even leave and go outside the gate if we didn't want to. That's a pretty good feeling. That sucks. People are homeless, can't even feed themselves. Well, we want to know why? Because 8 to 10 families own 50% of the wealth on this rock right now. They're truly that Exodus is in here saying there's enough food that no child should ever starve at all, ever, not one single day, ever, but they will. So great abundance. Soon, Father will give us the ability to provide extra fish and an extra bread, because you grow one extra tomato plant. You're like, oh crap, honey, we already gave tomatoes to the neighbors, and we have, got ketchup gone, tomato sauce, stewed tomatoes, diced tomatoes. But honey, there's still tomatoes out there ripe on the vine. They're green. What are we going to do? Free dried tomato. You can create abundance, brothers and sisters. You can create abundance. You got to cut the supply chain off. Become your supply chain. Get a zero cost living. Do something like get a solar panel system, wind, solar, power. Okay. Now you are the power company. Now you don't have a power bill. Wow. Check that out. That's pretty awesome, right? Uh, so you can create abundance, though, brothers and sisters. You cannot just, there are people who be just barely hanging on by a string surviving, and you will be able to reach your hand out to lift people up and thrive. Father loves charity. Charity with the word more than anything. You don't have to give anybody a damn thing. That's not what charity is. Charity is the word. Moving on. But if you can create abundance, they did have extra bread, remember, and extra fish. And that is why I'm showing you how this is possible, not just to survive, but thrive. Get your costs down to near zero. Get to where you're creating abundance. You don't even know what to do with what you have. So you got to go give it away or trade it. Now, that's a life you can live if you get the hell out of a city. You're not going to create a city abundance. You're just not. They have, they really are community gardens, things like that. People here, no excuses. They grow herbs in their windowsill. They grow buckets of tomatoes, potatoes in 5 gallons. They rent their neighbor's yard out because they ain't using it. Some people say no excuses. I out here, I wanted to build this massive, geothermal, and I have most of it done, but I need people. I don't want to grow that much food. I don't want to waste food. I can only compost so much, and it's good to get the experience, but uh, it's possible to create abundance. It's possible not just to survive and thrive and get your costs down to near zero, but you need a couple, 2, 3, 4, or 5 people to do it. You can do it alone. I've done it. I've done it alone for 10 years, homesteaded out here for off grid, and done it by myself, which is extremely difficult as a busted up veteran and kind of a loner or whatever, but I still do it. I don't have any income. Most people have income, Social Security, disability. I got nothing. I got nothing coming in. I want to hear excuses. Excuses are like assholes. Everybody's got one. Don't be an ass and ask somebody you can't learn, or you need a skill set. You can come into a community just with a skill set. You don't have to be a builder. You know what I'm saying? You can learn that. You can learn your skill set. But, I was trying to build a community of people who had multiple skill sets, not just, people who can build. I can build all day long. I actually don't build because I don't want to build anymore. I keep building up this empire. Nobody comes. So, um, but yeah, it just matter. But not everybody can learn, Williams. Not everybody can learn. Some people are idiots. They're asses. They cannot learn. They have a stubborn idiot. Excuse me. An idiot's not an ass. An idiot doesn't know. That's a lame man, unskilled, and unlabored, and unschooled, untrained. An ass is somebody who can't be trained. So, sometimes finished out. Yeah, there you go. Whatever, man. It don't matter. It's um, well, because I have capital. I just had to spend all my money on an attorney, but I'll get capital. I have a lot of assets still. I have land for sale. Um, that's right. Just makes you stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Pain's just weakness trying to leave your body. Soldier, move out, draw fire. So I'm a veteran, so I have a different mentality than some. Not everybody can do it, but I have the ability to live. Do you realize you can live on $500 a month in Ecuador and be retired? Ecuador has the cheapest cannabis. If I need to, get some, if I can't, I'm sure you can spit a seed on the ground and anything grows down there. So, It's not expensive outside America. America is the most expensive near place in the stinking world. With all the taxes, federal, state, net, gross, that makes me sick. You get taxed on, you taxed on drive home, get taxed on the gas tax, car tax, call the old lady on the phone, get taxed on that, put the trash in the trash can, get taxed on that, rent, house, tax. It's just disgusting. So I live in a fantasy world. Oh, listen to Exodus. Says I live in a fantasy world when I live off the grid. I own the land that I'm on. I have 65. Oh, wait, I sold 20 acres. So the fantasy. Look, man, go make me some eggs. I love eggs from my head down to my legs. I love eggs. Anybody want some eggs? I got fresh eggs here. Anybody need some eggs? I got eggs. I got more eggs. These eggs don't taste nothing like grocery store eggs. These eggs are so amazing. You wouldn't even want to eat a store-bought egg after you eat fresh eggs right off the back of a butt nuggets. Not chicken, but nuggets. So I'll be back in a moment. I got extra eggs. I got abundance. Anybody need some eggs? I got eggs. Anybody eggs? Watch out, Biggie. Dad's gonna make some eggs. I need to eat some more of these eggs. Oh, here's a whole nother thing of eggs. Oh my goodness, there's more eggs in there. No, we got more eggs. Oh my goodness, more eggs there. We got eggs coming out our, you know what. All right, we're gonna get some eggs in here. Well, we're gonna use that. When I move you, just like that. So we're cooking eggs. We're gonna make about 6, 8, 10 eggs. I don't know. I gotta cook these eggs, man. Dogs are gonna eat eggs. I'll make some more eggs. We'll give back some to the chicken. We'll make the chicken some eggs. And I always feed them back the shells. I got some chicken eggs in here where the shells got so much calcium on them. I don't even know what to do, man. These chickens are getting over calcified. That's all right. Better have too much than too little. So heating up the butter. No, I don't do. I can't own a weapon right now because they came in. I'm having some legal stupid issues with the whatever. They came, took all my stuff. I'll get it back. I'm gonna get this case taken care of. I just need to sue them, and it's all right. I have an attorney. It'll all get taken care of. I don't stand down to nobody, and I don't let the cops sell drugs in my town without pointing them out. And so, who do you think brings the drugs into the prisons and stuff? So, who sells more drugs than anybody else? The government. So they came, took my guns because I tried. Whatever. You have to go watch the ministry to see what's going on in my life. It's pretty complicated. I'm a very complicated dude and lead a lot of. I stand up for this town. I protested the COVID. I protest the government. I have a right to peacefully assemble. I'm a constitutionalist, not a sovereign citizen. I'm not above the law. Cops aren't above the law. They have what they call, sovereign immunity or qualified immunity, but they can't break the law. But they do. They do. Don't matter. They can't, but they still do. So. Some of us are going to stand up for the ones that can't and be the voice for the people who can't open their mouth because they're scared to say anything because they're really being threatened all the time by the cops, the extortionists. I know, I used to be one of these pigs. Somebody's got to be the voice for the people who can't speak up. All right, man. Holy crap, dude. We got more eggs. More eggs over here. Man, this is what I call abundance. Go. Feed that back to the chickens. Where's our... There we go. Two. Three. more? Let's do 5 for now. All right, we got 5 eggs going here. I'll eat some more later. We'll make some burritos. Oh, we got more eggs, more eggs, more eggs, more eggs. Let's put some pepper on them. Pepper. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh my goodness, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do with all these eggs? With all these eggs? All right. That one's full, that one's full, that carton's full. There, we got more over here, more eggs over here. All right, we're good. All right, got 5 eggs going there. Got 5 eggs. I could eat more, but that's probably a... No, I look for my kids. I know where my kids are at. If I go try to find them, I'm gonna get killed. So, it's hard, man. I know where they're at. I know where they're at. I already told the cops. I already told go where they're at, and they won't go get them. So, even the attorney told me to go file now a police report with the state, and you know, so it is what it is, man. I'm leaving the country. I don't care what happens to me. I just don't want my dogs to suffer, just like during the SWAT raid. Remember, I was more concerned about my kids and my dogs than my own body, and so I got to get out of this cabin too. Keep this tear gas is what I figured out what's messing with me. There's tear gas keeps leaching out of the wall, so if I stay in this cabin, I can't. I don't have any wood this winter, so I can't stay here this winter. I'm not going to freeze my ass off all winter. Hell no. I spent $25,000 for an attorney. I would have plenty of wood if they just dropped the damn case and stopped messing with me. Stop messing with my kids. Nope. I like this. God's doing it, though. It's God doing it. It's God doing it. I'm not mad at nobody. Never was. I'm not mad. Remember, I'm just outspoken. I get that right. That's my First Amendment right. I'm not yelling fire in a theater. Remember, I'm not inciting violence. They're the ones who are violent. They're the ones who grenaded my son's daughter. And I'm pretty certain that they're the ones who killed my son and daughter. So, but whatever. What can I do? Can't do anything. I just like to know if he's alive or dead now, and then I can move on with my life. And that's all I want to know, both of them. And I don't really, there's nothing else there for me at this point. Father will do whatever. When I can find that out, I don't care. I've spent over $100,000, and now I can't even pay my damn land payment. You know, first time in 10 years. So I just shell out $20,000 again. You know, plus, you know, now it's, if I go to trial, it'd be even more. So plan on better come up with some more money. That's why everything I own is for sale. If you want to buy something, I got a motorcycle for sale, land for sale, truck for sale, flatbed diesel for sale. Everything I own is for sale except for the ministry. You can't buy the ministry, but everything else is for sale if you're interested. I have bills just like you guys, and I don't get a single dime from veterans benefits, military veterans, Social Security. A single dad for 8 years, never got a single dime from his mom. I work for what I have, and I paid it all off from the sweat of my brow. So you interested? I have a deed that has my name on it, and I'll transfer it into your name, file a quick claim deed, and we'll put it right in your name. I got another property I'll sell you. It's 20 acres. Give me $5,000. You can move on there tomorrow in a tent and a trailer. And though you can live out here, it's beautiful. I'd hate to give it up, but I'm tired of holding on to it. I'm holding it on to it. My son and daughter are supposed to move there, and if they can't move there, then you know, it's a waste of my time. I just keep spending the money and paying the payment, and you know, and he was actually going to take over the land payment because I don't want any more payments. I want to go on the road. I want to travel. I don't want to own anything. I'm tired of owning things. I know people need to own things. Everybody has a base. I don't need a base. I'm a pastor. I purchased the ministry so I can always be here. And, I'll make sure there's at least a place to have two pastors here constantly. Two pastors will have housing. There's two houses that are completed that can hold, you know, people can come here. Well, if I'm not here to share the gospel through the ministry, it doesn't even have to be here in this town. It's a worldwide ministry through the internet, so it's all about tithing food eventually. So I'll get on the road, but I got land for sale, Silver Lake, Oregon. Got a 5-acre parcel. The other parcel is 20, and I've been paying on it, but I can walk into it. It's awesome, Sean. That's awesome. That is the life I want to live, dude. That's why I want to overland, dude. I wanted to do that so bad. I got a Toyota, a 96. I need to get those CV axles replaced on that, but I feel like that thing will go anywhere, dude. I've never had anything that new. Holy crap. I mean, Kevin has that 2014 Tacoma double cab. Dude, that is the life, you know what I'm saying? That is the life, just being out there with your overlander. So you can just, I've looked into all that stuff. Ben, if you ever get in this area, you know what I'm saying? And they do a lot of overlander vehicle build outs over here at Ben. It's insane. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They build those out here. There's so many of those companies that build those. Papa, they're insane what they're building now. They're unbelievable. They're so beautiful and versatile. You know what I'm saying? Not like that. They're like beautiful. A lot of them just real squared, just not, but they're so, you go out there and use them, that you live the life. You live right next to the, you know what I'm saying? Nice. Yeah, I want to get out of here. Just go out. Says I need a vacation. I'll be fine if I get just overland for a while. You know what I'm saying? And go visit and go see waterfalls and ruins and, and just breathe, go on the side of a bank. I haven't fished in 10 years and throw a pole in the water and, oh, that one's a brown trout, throwing that back in. I don't catch, go get your native fish. I haven't eaten fish in forever because I don't even want to touch fish out of anything that ain't from some high lake in some, I don't want to do the world anymore like that. But see, then you go right back into town, stock back up and go bam, right up back into I'm telling you, stay on this, Sean. Stay on this. Listen to me. I've been trying to tell people, you sit like a duck in the pond, you're going to get shot. Don't try to protect anything. You're not going to be able to protect your house. You're not going to be able to protect a place. I'm being real with you. You ain't going to be able to grow no garden in rows. People come steal that. This world ain't nice right now. Quit acting like it is, and it's not the end of the world. You know what I'm saying? You can get away from this. You turn on the television, this world's horrible. It sucks. The presidents are pedos, all this. It's disgusting. But when you're in an overland vehicle and you're on the side of a waterfall and you're fishing and there's nobody around you, the world, there's nothing wrong with this place. Everything is beautiful. God created the most amazing place that has nothing to do with politics or any of that stuff, guys. So, Sean, stay on that, okay? Yeah, I want to. I'm trying so hard, but I got this legal case. I can't even leave the state, and I could just go around Oregon. This is a beautiful state, but stay on that, okay? Because listen to what I'm telling you guys. This is the future. Going and getting out of society, becoming self-reliant too, where you don't have enough. You can only guard so much. You know what I'm saying? You can only guard so much. So you better get your skill set up so you can go out and learn how to hunt and trap and fish in the wild where anybody gonna, and just go out there and just be with nature and don't have a negative spirit. And I'm telling you, you can live an abundant lifestyle like that too. I like the idea of having a base. I have this ministry, but I'm telling you, the future, if you sit that you think you can protect a place, what are you going to kill people over dirt? Why wouldn't you just go away from society until this stuff kind of blows over, get a cache? That's what I plan on doing, taking and caching, food in separate locations so I can leave and go somewhere else and not have a B camp, a C camp, you know what I'm saying? You want to be able to have a way to be self-reliant so you're not dependent on the supply chain, and then you can create that abundance, cache things, and you can go back and be nonviolent, like seriously, oh, honey, shut the fuck up, bitch. I said, go, fuck it, honey. I said, and make her an actor or an actress so she knows to walk away from your stuff. Don't kill somebody over dirt. Apologize for my cursing, but you know what I'm saying? Walk away, have something somewhere else. You don't have to fight for it. Cash is king, not the money kind that folds or jingles, but a safe place somewhere in a store, split it in half. Now walk away. Oh, well, honey, oh, you just got shot over dirt. You really think you can defend your dirt? You're not going to defend your dirt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, outstanding. Cool. Yeah, Oregon's a beautiful. It's the oldest place in the northern. Let me get my extra here. No, this whole country is beautiful, man. Every state is beautiful, guys. Every state is beautiful. Every state has beauty throughout every state is so different. I've been to all 50 states. Father has blessed me with an abundant. Oh, man, that makes sense. Oh, well. I guess we won't have runny eggs today. No runny eggs today. After I eat this, I'll get you guys. I know you guys are. Be fire. Only fire. Oh man. Dude, I'm telling you guys, these eggs aren't like anything you get at the damn grocery store. I let them sit there. So, there we go. Oh, thank you, Father, for this bounty. Oh, thank you, Father. Blessings. You can create abundance, guys. You can create it through community. Okay. There are places where you're going to have to, some people can't move and don't have the ability to do that. But please try to be nonviolent. The best way to fight the system is nonviolence and peaceful non-compliance. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? You're not gonna, if you don't fight these people, that's not gonna, they want you to fight. Red team, blue team, right? Democrat, Republican, they'll dice you up and put you into different, categories. You're L, you're B, you're G, you're R2, you're 3 CP, whatever, to get you to fight with each other. Tango. Hey, hold on. He's not Jesus of Nazareth. There's no such thing as Jesus of Nazareth, Sean. He was Christ of Bethlehem. Nothing good could come of Nazareth, remember? He was from the house of David. He sprang out of Judah. He was a lion, Leo in the celestial firmament. So the lion from the tribe of Judah. So he was born of Bethlehem, the star of not Nazareth, the star of Bethlehem. But that's important to me. I live in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole wide world. It's right here in Oregon. So 2.5 million acres set over apart from light pollution. I got this Magi. I get the best view of the old celestial firmament anywhere in the world, if you ask me. Huh? Not a larger dark sky sanctuary. No. Tongue is dialect. Nobody speaks in tongues, remember? So we got to make sure we don't have an alien tongue. We correct each other in here. Iron sharpens iron, baby. The word comes first. I'm in love with the word. He tells me to be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove, and that means get in a vehicle and get the flock out of Dodge, brother, sister, get some extra. Broad is the way that leads to the pizza gate. I mean the wide gate, the Cosmos Pizza in the city, or whatever. They don't have no Cosmos Pizza out in the woods. You're going to have to be fighting with lions and tigers and bears. Oh, my. Yes, but they're nothing good can come in Nazareth. That's why they hung him. So you know that, Sean. I don't know if you ever gone in and understand why because he's not of Nazareth. He was born of Bethlehem. So he's Christ of Bethlehem. So It was the star, remember? The morning star, not Lucifer, in the king star conjuncted that made the Star of David. We saw that happen again. We hadn't seen it in over 2,600 years. The whole world missed it. But that's okay. Thanks for coming in. Go out there into the woods, brothers and sisters. Get your skills set up. Don't fight with the people. He said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. People don't want to help themselves. Leave them alone. Go find people who want to help themselves, man. There are plenty of people who need help and people who don't want to help. I'm not talking about being charitable like that. I'm talking about, you're going to have to survive in the future and thrive so you can help people in the future. It's nothing wrong with having your hand out like this. But it's a whole lot nicer when you're there with the one who can lift somebody up. I tell you what, both people, Father likes charity in both ways. So which side are you going to be on? Are you going to be just surviving? Or are you going to be thriving? Lifting people up. Not looking down on them, lifting them up. And it's possible, but if you don't get ready for it now, you won't. You won't have any skill set. You won't have any abundance. Oh, I'm just going to let God do it all for me. No. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. Faith, you have to put legs on faith. So he said, have your loins girded in my service until I return. I don't sound like a sit on your ass Jesus. Oh, one day, Sunday, fun day, Jesus. It's an everyday gospel. Christ of Bethlehem, hallelujah. The Lion from the tribe of Judah, Shiloh. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. Man, these eggs are fire. There. Look at all these words we change now. Everything's fire. If it's good, it's fire. We're going back to our old ways, huh? Oh, fire. Oh, nice. Try not to mourn. There, weasel. It's the Department of War weasel. No, just kidding. Remember, it's Department of Defense. Don't take offense to that. But top of the day to you, wherever you're at. Your dialect's pretty important. So I do it too. I say it sometimes to the puppy dogs. But first part of the day to you. So I do. I say to the dogs out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, fear and loathing in Las Vegas, man. Talk about, what happens when you get oxidized epinephrine? You get EpiPen Island boys. Remember Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Oh, my bad. I haven't watched too many movies, so. Good. Outstanding. You got to have thick skin to be a part of this ministry. Like caveman skin, like Neanderthal. He had a thicker skin and thicker and bigger brain, or bigger brain and thicker skull and thicker skin. So it's so easy a caveman could do it. Oh, like I was saying, fire. I'm going to revert back to our old ways here. Speaking of words, oh, this is fire. What's that mean? Our dialect is really watered down here in the America North. Oh, man. You guys, I took in yesterday, I cooked cabbage and what else did I make it with it? Oh, I was going to make some hamburger. I have some really good burger, single cow burger, not, pig slime, 1,000 cow burger. And I just end up cooking the, no, I don't play any of the Pokemon. I don't do the Pokemon or get the snake oil, get the stick or get the Jew tube, hollow needle, spitting tubes at you, fangs of hollow venom, snake oil. As a snake before you let me in and then you let Joe Biden. No, I don't play Pokemon. Remember? Come on and play Pokemon so my buddies at Pfizer and Johnson could get rich. No Pokemon here. No. No stickers. Scratch and sniff. I can't smell because you took the sticker. No, thank you. No Pokemon. No Biden. That's okay. It is or it is. I know some people, they got bent over and had to take it. So not literally, but you know, my buddy Gary, man, they used to have that story. He ran into a swath roll, man, has a hard time driving. And they said, hey, you got to take the poker, man. You got to play poker so that Pfizer, Trump, you know, the great warp speed Jabba Dabba Dooski, man, can get rich. So, oh, pardon me. Sean tells me top information of the day. Jesus' family was in Nazareth and they stopped and he was born in Bethlehem. True story. Check it out. It's in the Bible. What the hell does that mean, Sean? What kind of crap is that? There's no such thing as Jesus in scripture. And there's what Bible means book. You obviously never studied it. Breaking news. Sean's never read the scripture. I don't care. Jimmy crack corn, can't serve two masters. You don't even probably own a concordance. So don't speak about the word in here. I'll crush you every single time with the word. Breaking news. Don't come into a ministry and say Jesus. There's no such thing as J in Hebrew or English. Stop it. Come in here, I'll wreck you like a wrecking ball. Not like Miley. Seriously, what kind of crap was that? Breaking news. He was born of Bethlehem. He was the Lion from the tribe of Judah. If he didn't say he was from Nazareth, they wouldn't have hung him on a tree, not a cross. Nobody hung from crosses. I can't breathe. Compression event, I'll press your ass right out of here. Like Rome, that had air pneumatics. I ain't playing, homie. Don't play that. Don't start trying to forward. That's a Hebrew word, pervert. Don't be perverted in here. I'll throw your ass right out of here. An ass can't learn. So speak up now, since you've been grilled, put on the fire. Remember I said it's fire? What are you doing? What's your message mean? There's no such thing as Jesus. Fuck Jesus. That's a stupid translated name. He said don't add a jot. So breaking news, north, east, west, and south. You don't live on a planet, right? Do you? It's not 2025. God's not in the sky. Breaking news. There's no such word as Jesus in the Hebrew or Greek. Breaking news, northeast, west, and south. You don't live on a planet. Or you just did Chewbacca have Wookiee with an Ewok and now you got big feet? Where's that in the scripture? Stop adding. That's the word pervert. Forward in the Hebrew. You speaking Hebrew? Breaking news. There's no J in Hebrew. There's no vowels in Hebrew. You stepped on your dick, didn't you? Don't come into ministry and try to teach the teacher unless you've actually studied. You own a concordance, like I said, a lexicon, use your e-sword out. I doubt it. You would be using letters that are not added. He said, don't add a jot. Tell me what that is. You're punctual, punctuation. So, no vowels in Hebrew. So, Greek, huh? Jesus, Isis. Find that in the original KJV because there was no J. It was the letter I. But remember, they replaced the J, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Well, that wasn't the last letter out of the alphabet Z. It was J. So, and we don't cover a letter. Just you come in, breaking news. You're an idiot. You don't know anything how he was hung from a tree. And if he would have not said anything about Nazareth, they wouldn't have hung him from a tree and make the covenant so he can fulfill all the laws of flesh. Breaking news. You're an idiot. Stop talking about scripture until you actually define the news. Sean, breaking news. Don't step on your dick again in here, please. Two phallics like the one in front of the Washington Monument and the one in front of the Vatican. Phallic worship. You worship some phallic Jesus? Oh, Jesus. Remember? Don't be an idiot. There's more than one Jesus. Don't come into ministry and try to teach the teacher. And he said, call no man teacher. That's the word prophet. I am a false prophet. Scorpizzo. By celestial firmament marker. So breaking news. Do you know anything about the Star of David? As I told you, breaking news. You're going to come in here and take away from the stars. Breaking news. Tell me what happened in 2 and 3 BC. Breaking news. Tell me when that happened again. Breaking news. Why don't you go broke back out of here? See you later, man. I got to be in this state with this. Are you from this state? You said you're going to know something about this state. You don't know shit from Cheyenne, I guarantee. I know about this state. You had your lineage. I know I got him too. Look at my last name, Werner. Oh, gee, that was with Adolf, huh? You better know what the hell you're talking about before you come in here. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's no knowledge. The letter J doesn't exist. So don't come in here and tell me breaking news, because I'm going to break your back. Remember, Brokeback Mountain? Not literally, I'm just saying. I'll bend you over like a taco, like Mr. Cheese Puff, remember? Bend you over one way. Oh, hell, maybe it was Mr. Captain Kirk. He little leaned far to the right, and then he had to lean over to the left. Oh, sorry. Are you a follower of Christ? Which Christ, Warren? There's many Christs, you idiot. We were just talking about your Sex Pistol cracker Jesus in here just a moment ago. Christ is a term never written in the text. That doesn't extend to the words, brothers and sisters. He said, don't add a jot. You don't live on a ball. Planet spinning, do you? Corkscreen on a ball, rock, block, third rock from the sun, dimension, metro, geo. And maybe there's a little one of them rusty dustpans that goes 500 miles on a single charge. The Christ of the Bible. It doesn't say Bible. You're an idiot. You know that, Warren? And that's okay. I'm not insulting you. You mean this right here? What are you smoking? What are you rolling up? Remember, it was written on stone scrolls, paper, not iPhone or Apple tablet. You're an idiot. You seriously are. Stop talking. And once again, there's no Christ. I have the books right here. It doesn't say Christ. Look, I have the Old and New Testament, Hebrew, Greek, the interlinear, the only text that's accepted. You don't even own this book, so I know you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's the word no knowledge. Abyss, Revelation 9:11 says a king. Remember, there's 53 in the Old Testament, 5 first books of the law, Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and the 13 books of the new covenant that we're under, not the laws of flesh. So you don't own these books. You're an idiot. And don't speak of anything. You don't know what you're talking about. It wasn't written on paper, right? Christ doesn't mean Messiah. Christ means anointed and oil. You're out of here, Warren. You're a demon and a Nephilim. Hamashiach means Messiah. Christ means anointed and oil. So that's what he says. Don't do, brother, sister. Don't add. You better own a lexicon. That's the definition. Here, the definition before you speak any other thing here, because that's translation. If you do it, that means you're an idolater and a demon. If you start trying to tell me your own lies, distributing to others is a demon. Hokadesh is the word ghosts. So he says, don't sup with vipers. Don't add, twist, warp, means to pervert, right? That's the word froward. So see, I have text right here, and you don't use this. You don't own this. This isn't Project Blue Beam. It's Project Blue Book, and this isn't the blue book they're talking about. Never mind. Oh, pardon me for my outburst. Oh, that was the eggs. I love eggs. Oh, that was not very nice. From my lead down to my legs. So you speak out of the Bible, a book on paper. It's on my heart, and you need the Bible to pick it, and that's fine. He wrote on my heart. I don't need the book. I still sup with it, but this Bible that you call book, remember, there's rejected texts. And I don't talk about the rejected text in here. I only share the gospel, because all that other stuff is lame, earthly nonsense. So remember, I am Revelation, so Enoch is kind of my, that would be my thing. But I don't care. I don't care about any of that anymore. I know I've seen the marker. I've seen all the signs I need to see. I've seen the star of David. That hadn't happened over 2,600. He spoke of the revelation. I am revelation. So he spoke of this word that I am as a witness, the remnant, the lie, declare everything that I've ever done in this ministry, everything that he's ever had me do. I've walked this spacey, crazy Tracy, whatever the hell you want to call me. I don't care. I am revelation. That's what I am. And I live this book. I'm a walking apocalypse. I do this everywhere I go. Doesn't matter. I don't care what people think about me. I'm not here to care about be nice. That means to be stupid. And obviously, I've taken time to study. I wouldn't be able to say these things if I didn't. And it doesn't make me above any man. I have to do this. I have to take up my cross daily to be a disciple, deny myself. That's idolatry, pornea, idolatria. Serve my eyes. Can't serve my eyes. Got to serve the word. Can't serve what my eyes want to see. Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross. The disciples, Matthew, Luke. There's a sister chapter to all his word. He always declares 2 witnesses if you read it. His word is infallible. No weapon formed against this gospel. It's not this other nonsense gospel these people bring in there. They're idiots. So the only way to the Father is through the Son. And he said, I am the hados, and that is the narrow way. Pressed. You must be pressed. Theologo, pushed on both sides. That's a noun. Greek noun. Greek verb, theolobos, to be pinched, like they pinched him back so he couldn't breathe. tortured them. People were torturing me coming in here. No, you're torturing yourself. Break a leg, remember? No, break your back. No, they would break your leg so you couldn't breathe. Why they just put this whole world through this respiratory ritual? You know, the 5G whiz, no, that's 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave, an oxygen absorption wave, has nothing to do with internet. Oh crap, that's another I can't breathe ritual. Oh, yeah, and the respiratory, the Vigco 2.0, hey, they're going to have a TP Tobacco 2.0. Did you get your toilet paper before these people go start running down and they start blocking off whole countries? Oh, wait, we got states that are under military, but maybe it'll be more you push your buggy down the aisle that way and you don't get the bug again. They can roll that out tomorrow with their face screens, face diapers, veil everybody again. Yeah, they veiled Christ. Remember, they hung him from a tree. They came to break his legs. He was already passed, put a veil over his face. Oh, that's why they did that to everybody. Huh? I can't breathe. Oh, another way where you can't breathe. Oh, yeah, remember they stretched him back. It was a torture machine. They didn't hang anybody from crosses, right? They hung them from trees, mocking people, you know. But anyways, you know, crosses. Nobody hung from crosses, you idiot. That's a pagan unk. Why do people come in here and try to call me unk? Who's your daddy? But anyways, the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Good stuff. No, much agape, brother, sister. I appreciate those that are support this ministry. We won't let vipers in here. This is what this ministry is about, here or not to. Show them to the narrow way. They don't want to hear it. They're an ass. Let them go. Father's got their back. You'll condemn them. You just show them to the narrow way. If they're in the broad ways that leads to the pizza gate. Remember? Pedophile pods. Pizza pod party. What space? Cosmic pizza. Never mind. It's in the city. That's where the city's at. You'll find the cosmic pizza that leads to the broadways that leads to the pizza gate. Wide gate. No. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Remember, it's mind over matter. I don't mind, and they don't matter to me at all. Matter. It matters flesh, right? That's not an alien. Aliens aren't flesh. Alien's a word. Word to her, play tricks on your nerves. So I got to feed my puppies. Hold on. My poor puppies are looking at me like, Dad, what the hell are you doing? And I got to let my chickens out. Sitting there talking about my birds eating chickens and not even let my birds out. Hold on, puppies. You'll let the birds out first. I'll get you. I know. That's okay. Gotta take care of the ministry first, guys. Yep, gotta do it first. Oh. Well, it's cold out there today in the AM hour. You're a good boy, Mr. Pants. You sure are good boys. Get your boys some eggs. Get your boys some eggs. Get your boys some eggs. Hold on, kitten boy. I hear you. Got to feed these other ones in here. I'll feed you too. I hear the kittens out there. My kitten boy. For the puppy dogs, for the puppy dogs. You guys are the best puppies that ever did best. One for Pants. There. One for Doggy. Oh yeah, that's the best. Those are gonna be good for you guys. Those are the best. One more for Tug. Oh, second one for Tuggy. For Big. Boom. Okay, puppy food, man. Oh, that's rice. Yeah, you like that, huh, Mr. Pants? Oh, yes, Mr. Boy, Mr. Bubbo. Mr. Bubbo. Take care of you guys, do the kitties out. Square around out there for you guys. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, yeah, puppy gravy. Eggs. Oh, yeah, Mr. Toggy's first. Toggy's first. Then Mr. Bone. Mr. Bone. Mr. Bone, Mr. Bone, Mr. Bone, Mr. Bone. I'm coming, kittens. The kittens are hungry. The kittens are hungry. Oh, look at them up there, sitting up there, ready for their madness. Ready for the... Oh, there you go. I'm gonna shut that. It's cold out there, boy. I tell you what. Chilly Billy. So, oh my goodness. All right, well, I'm trying to get out of this country so I go take a vacation. I'm all over owning and things, so I'm selling everything I own other than the ministry. I mean, there's things here for the ministry, so I would need to take a vacation and enjoy my life before, things get worse. Things aren't going to get better, and before things get too worse, you should probably enjoy the time you have while you can be free to move about the cabin. Has not put the fasten seatbelt sign on yet, so you are free to move about the cabin. And as of right now, we'll see how long that lasts. I don't think we have too much longer. I ain't no date picker. I ain't worried about picking no damn dates. Remember the parable of the fig tree? How about that? Are you producing fruit? So that's what's supposed to be going on in your life. And I know most people don't care about that, but it's what works for me and what I'm on. I'm on the word, man. Doing what the word tells me to do. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So you're not be fighting, wrestle not against flesh and blood. You're supposed to be away from people, not in the cities. And I know people can't leave the cities, but a lot of people can, and they won't, and they will not until, the sun's going to knock this technology grid down. And I think cities will burn down to the ground like ashes. I don't care about the steel buildings. You're talking about everything's hooked up to the electrical grid, and They know it, so they're ready. They're dug in and wait for the sun to do what it's going to do. And when that happens, then they got everything all pre-planned, ready to go. Lights out. Here we go. Comes the next big scam. Ooh, slime creatures from outer space. Some nonsense. So I'm not going to fall for it, but I know everybody will. And they'll love their revel after their tech, their tech. They already love their tech. So I'm not saying you can't use it, but it's supposed to be as esteemed as the potter's clay and turn their works upside down. That's what we do here in the ministry. So we take this beast and flip it on its head. Use, just like anything. A weapon could be used to hunt and, God forbid you ever had to use it, but somebody can also do something horrible with it too. So remember, it's it's the person behind it, not the weapon itself. That's bad, but people are lost right now, and that's what all they're going to want to do is fight with each other. So I ain't trying to fight with nobody. It's probably the stupidest thing you do right now to get yourself thrown in a jail cell and feed the bond. Let them feed rape your bond number and go send the money out to war in other countries, and you pay for your own enslavement. So anyways, there are people who can't leave, and the world will go on, but I don't think it'll be the world that most people think. And it already has changed. You're not going back to pre-COVID 2019. I ain't going back to 2000. The whole world's going to end. Where we're at right now, where we're supposed to be. So we're at sorrows, which means it's going to get a lot worse. So that's what my recommendation is: you find your way to the exits now before the sheep, come piling for the gate, to get pinched to that gate. A lot of goats out there, so watch out. So let these puppies out. Otherwise, he's going to keep going back and forth, back and forth. Oh, man, I need to... Oh, look at that pretty kitten girl up there. What a pretty girl. What a pretty girl. Oh, Kitty's about to go on the roof. She's going up on the roof to do the roof check. Kitty's on the roof. Kitty's on the roof. So, oh, man. I can't winter here, man. I'm not gonna be able to winter in this place. These bones aren't gonna take it. I could, but man, it'd be cold without no firewood. So I'm sure I could figure something out, but I ain't gonna make it no 7 cores like it's burnt last year and blast all these windows out of this cabin on me. And so just taped them up, best I can. But that lets a lot of different, because this cabin's built like an old cabin. So, but yep, thought I'd come in here and thought maybe somebody might stumble in, want to buy some land, or I got all kinds of things for sale. So I'm letting everybody know that I'm making my exit. I ain't run from shit. I'm going to take a vacation, not to run from problems and whatever. It's going to be crap nowhere. No matter where you go, you're not going to escape no judgments under this testament. And there's, all flesh. So that's why they did the stand on the Vidco, stand on the X. Everywhere. Everybody did it. So no judgments, all flesh. They know that. They keep doing that too. That's the kind of important part of this ministry, again, is that you can learn that Israel's not some place in the desert. That's not what Israel is. But people are lost. They support all that. Even warp speed. He's the Gentile Messiah. Remember, he's the King of Israel. So abomination, corporation supporting all this war. If they're chosen, how come he's doing a 7 front? How come they're bombing other countries outside their borders? That's not the chosen. His elect are meek. They don't bomb people outside their borders. So that's definitely not Israel. I rebuke Israel. Apostate nation, just like America. They support each other. Israel is America. The whore that rode the beast, remember? I don't hear no anti-Semitism. That's nonsense. Jews were spiritual Jews over 2,600 years ago. There's no physical Jews on this rock. So there's no physical Antichrist, but they'll roll all this stuff out in front of everybody, make them think this is. And that's the beautiful thing. Hopefully the people, just if it's one eye that makes, or one ear that hears it, sees it, that's all that matters. It's all that's ever mattered to me. As long as I've been doing this blogging, video logging on the internet. So I don't, you know, you're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. These people don't want the word. Don't worry about it. Don't try to force it upon somebody who's going to, remember they walked through their death during World War II. So they want to just be fluoridated and chloridated and eat, poison all day and watch poison and hear poison and it's just, that's the way it is. Remember, they'll be fooled by sorcery. That's the old pharmakia, snakes up a pole. So the cross, the two, snakes going up the medical cross. So they love to mock people. Remember, nobody hung from crosses. They're hanging those snakes, sticking you with the two hollow needles, the fangs, it's a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. Oh, Father, forgive them. That don't want to happen until they've been rebuked by you. They walk in repentance, then they can be forgiven. This ain't no forgive me, Jesus, up in here, right? I think a lot of this forgiveness will be happening. The forgiveness of sin doesn't happen until after you die. You're an idiot. You don't know what forgiveness is. You don't know what redemption is. You don't know what repentance is. You don't know what it is to be rebuked. Some other Jesus. Other Jesus. So get out of here with your other Jesus. Paul said, another Jesus. When I tell these religious people there's two Jesus, they lose their mind. They go split personality on me. No, there's no, well, they were all nice to me, and then they get all mad at me. They get all bipolar, like the Express or well, we're talking about being nippy in here, but in fact, it's cold as hell. Oh, Rocket Man, huh? All right, well, Saturday, I'll be able to keep my phone on. I'm excited about that. We'll keep going here in the ministry. Keep rocking this out till the sun rocks out the internet, takes it away. There'll be no more net for a minute, but they have the net already in place for you. Don't worry, they'll catch you in their new web. You just won't have the swipe. You won't have the ability to search. No more search engines. Autonomous driven. You're just going to be able to, swipe, but there's no search. So you'll just navigate through their web. They might turn the internet on, right? But they'll dangle it off and on like a carrot in front of people. Listen here, jerky. They will. I already know what they're going to do. I do it in here. I dangle it, this golden carrot in front of these people, and they try to get it and bite it, but they can't get it. So remember the golden age? This Mr. Warp's golden age. So we're in the age of clay, you idiots. Don't believe these nonsensical. They make no sense, like America. That makes no sense. But that's right. Clayton's right. There's nowhere to escape judgments. There's nowhere to go. It ain't about that. Remember, it's about there's better places to be than when chaos and calamity are ensuing and continue. Not go away. Great again. That's Antichrist. That's Aleister Crowley's MAGA. So peace is Antichrist. Anybody who teach peace or prosperity gospel is an Antichrist. So not the Antichrist, but if you change even a jot, that is Antichrist. So you're either with Christ or you are Antichrist. So I'm going to Ecuador to buy another farm. So I built a farm here, and I'm a farmer and I'm a pastor here out at Silver Rock Ranch. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. So I'm going to farm. I want to grow food. I want to tell all the world to fuck off and grow food and give food to the ministry and travel the world and not worry about anything. Go see ruins, go see the ministry, and not worry about anything at all like that. I'm not anxious. I have the playbook. It's called the scripture. I know exactly what's going to happen. I can already tell you ahead of time exactly what's going to happen. I already picked it over and over on this. It's not prophecy. I have the script. It's called the scripture. Remember, they're doing it by the book. So
If you read the book more, you know what was happening. He didn't speak with marvels in his mouth. He was very clear on what's going to happen. But you got to know the playbook. You got to have the, it's like the cheat codes. I remember I got the code coded with Strong's Concordance by the numbers. I know all the numbers. I've done all this. I've run it for decades through my head. Still runs through my head even when I work. It never stops going through my head. But it's okay. So I'm going to go to the equal door. Yeah, and there's other places. Yeah, there is. It's a great place. The only place in South America that uses the U.S. petrodollar, the strangulation dollar. But so you don't get strangled on conversion rate. It's $2 for a plate of carne asada with juice, real food. You go $2 to $3 a plate. You go sit down for $3 to $5 a plate. Have the full meal deal. And people are nice, and it's not like people are just Americans are not very wise of what's going on outside the country because they have an American mindset and they think everything is in America. And no, actually, 40% of the resources are consumed here in this country, but well, it's corporation. Oh my gosh, man, it's nice out there. I know it's cold. Be out there yet, huh? So until the sun come out and be more warm. Come on, dude, come in here. I love you. I love you. I don't care. I love you. Anyways, you're my puppies. You're my puppy dogs. So, anyways, there's a lot of places you can go to other places and still have places in the U.S. and have both. You could just take your U.S. money out of the U.S. and live an amazing life. The U.S. is dead. I don't care what anybody says. I'm a veteran. I'm going to speak up about it. I'll take an oath to the Constitution and the right of the people and shut up about it. It's not a true veteran. The oath doesn't go away when you ETS in your tourist service. You serve it until you die like I'm soldier God. So it's not going to happen. I can serve people outside the country. No, he's not. He's a PDF file, and he supports a PDF file, and we don't support anybody that's stupid enough to fall for left or right paradigm. Charlie was a little right, but then ended up leaning a little bit too far to the left, didn't he? Did he? No, he didn't. Shut up. You're an idiot. You're a fucking parrot, is what you are. You're like a copy, like a tattoo, but you're a bad tattoo. You're a scratcher, is what you are. Go take your tattoo gun. It's not a gun, it's a machine. Welcome to machine, you idiot. You've been played like a little, pinball game, little wizard. Charlie's got us surrounded. Those aren't patties. Those are just Chicanos. You're an idiot, tattoo. Don't fucking come in my ministry speaking as some PDF file, supports a PDF file. You're a left-right paradigm. You already fallen for it. Get out of here. You're acting like an ass. I know you ain't learning shit because you had already known. You didn't even look into shit. What about his ring, switching fingers? What about come on, what about all the sniper movements? Get the fuck out of here. You fall for anything. The narrative, the mockingbird media, and you keep pushing it like everybody else. You're a dumb fucking idiot. You know that? American flag, brothers and sisters. Nobody outside America gives a fuck about Captain Charlie. It's got us surrounded. Kirk, only dumb fucking Americans do. So, fuck off, you idiot. Go out, get out of here. You could be using your First Amendment. Don't compare him to King. You're an idiot. You're a swine, Satanist piece of shit. Get out of here. Fuck you. I don't support anybody who supports PDF files. Fuck out of here, tattoo. The Most High don't dwell in temples made by hands, so you ain't welcome here in this temple. Yeah, it's me who's telling me to tell you this. You're swine. You're filthy rags. You support a PDF file. All rich and famous people go to hell, so you can go there too. You're already there right now. I'm not condemning you. You're already there. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Remember, ass is somebody you can't learn. Take that and stick that in your apple pipe and smoke on that, idiot. Talk about, get out of here. Goodbye, Seattle. Fuck off. If he wasn't, then he supported it. Correct? A man who is a PDF file is the president a PDF file there? Pyro? Fuego? That shit's fire, huh? You don't know what you're smoking, do you? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what it's about, Kirk. What's my deal today? The deal is I don't fucking associate with vipers. Remember he said, I was a snake before you let me in, then he let Joe Biden in? They're all wings to the same dragon, cheeks to the same hole, just like you, asshole. Get out of here. Fuck off. I'm in the Pacific Northwest too. You give this fucking Northwest a bad name. Fuck you. Go take your space needle and stick it up your ass, you idiot. Fucking phallic worshiper. Anybody who goes after a PDF file and he went to the island. I bet you'll find Mr. Kirk on the island boy list too. That's my problems. I don't like that the PDF files taking people off the streets of America are being too fucking poor, and you have a First Amendment right to speak the fuck up. Well, guess what? They might just become for dumb motherfuckers next. First, it's too poor. Oh, this ain't about being from some other country. I'm in the first sanctuary city in the whole, country, Oregon, but you don't know probably shit about your state. You don't know shit about who this Captain Kirk motherfucker is. You can insert shit. Go do some homework. I bet you there's millions of robots living amongst us right now that you couldn't even tell the difference because you don't know what polymer, the difference between what you're fucking eating in your food and the dashboard that's in your car. Well, how many polymers away? How many polymers was on the skin of that robot? Fuck off. You guys are so lame. You don't investigate shit. You don't investigate nothing. You know what the word nice means, chickens? Chicken shit. It means to be stupid. You should learn about open up your mouth before you open up your mouth. Yeah, that's what nice means. No, I had to sell it. But I did. I have some. But absolutely. Are you a buffalo herder? See, we'll have somebody have a real fucking conversation. And I don't care about money because this is money. See, if you're not flying this flag right, this is shit and piss on these American flags. Fuck, I didn't take an oath to no flag. I took an oath to the constitutional right of the people. So burn these bitches. You understand? This is money. If I'm not going to shut the fuck up as they took an oath to the Constitution, they return the money to gold and silver in the Constitutional Republic. Otherwise, fuck off, you lame ass Americans. Fuck you. They're going to draft the women of America, and it's already law. Repealed cost comitatus. Means they're going to use a veteran like me. You don't like these people? Well, guess what? There's more veterans in this country than you think. So be a buffalo herder, okay? Don't tell anybody where it's at. I just had to sell my gold. I cannot believe how much the price of, it's being held back. Not what the price of it is. Price is a tool of manipulation. If you don't hold it, you don't own it, period. I have a channel called Silver's Like Gold. I talk about it here from time to time, but I don't need money like that. I paid off this ministry, and so silver and gold helps. It was liquid. It bailed my son out of jail, but it also could have got him killed. So, you don't think you know how to be nice? No, I don't know how to be stupid, you dumb fucking chicken motherfucker. Why the chicken crossed the road? I don't fucking care. Get out of here. Do you hear what I said? The word nice means to be stupid. Obviously, you don't fucking listen. You're an ass, or turn up your hearing aid, or you just been to too many rock concerts. I'm on a rock, banging your head or something. I don't know. But you can go bang your head on somebody else's wall. We don't need no education. Can you keep up at all their chicken shit? I got chickens I was showing. I just ate 5 beautiful butt nuggets right off the back of real eggs, not your store-bought bullshit. So go out of here. You're stupid, right? You're trying to be nice to me. Stop trying to be nice. That word means to be stupid. Turn up your hearing aid. You're an ass. You can't learn. Stop to me. So, but yeah, no, it's okay. It's liquid. I don't care. I don't care about more. And I will try to stack more to try to buy it, purchase the mission. It's liquid. I'm saying I couldn't sell the land at the time, but the gold and silver got my, that's how it works. So it's liquid. Once again, it's God's money. They sold Christ for 30 people. Hey, cut it out for 30, pieces of silver. So people know what money is. They think it's a piece of paper. Where's that stupid piece of paper? Money printed on a digit on a screen, printed 00101. That's all these people are, a bunch of piece of paper, one-sided, not even two piece of paper. So. You don't know why the men are ignoring me the way they love me? Tova, what do you mean? Why do they love you and ignore you? You don't want men. These men are weak. Don't want any of these men to be. Remember? Get off me, motherfucker. They don't care. Your Second Amendment's going to be gone. Tova, I hope you don't live in the U.S. Get out of the U.S., Tova. You've been here. You're smart, lady. I know you are. I think you're a lady. I can't tell. I can't see none of your guys' things. But you don't need no attention to these Jezebels. A bunch of these men are Jezebels. If they cared, they'd be forming communities, overthrowing this government. It's not only the right of the people, but the duty. First Amendment comes first, redress grievances, first ballots, then bullets. So, okay. I thought so. Lady, we're going to give you the wrench. I don't know why you're saying that today. You're an army, but that's okay. Talk to me. You've been here for a while. I unload on you all the time. Who do you need in your life? What's going on? You don't need none of these men. These men are weak. They're going to let American men the women got drafted. Remember, it's already, didn't you see what happened in the Deagle files? Didn't you see the future tense map where all the people got whacked in America? They drafted them, the whole draft, the whole thing. And Venezuela, the 4.5 million army, there was no militia, and then they took them from the drafted the women in America. So yeah, I'm just saying, if they cared about the thing, why were they wearing face diapers? Only women in the desert, burqa or cover veil their faces, and they all stood on the necks, let all the businesses be shut down. Too. Remember the middle class? Remember, you used to be able to go to the Walmart 24 hours. Fuck Walmart, but I'm just saying. No, now you got to push your buggy down the aisle and you won't get the buggy. Stupid. Men are stupid. Careful. Not all of them, but most of them have no skill set. What do you need in a man? Let me say they love me. Oh, cool. Well, that's, man, they're just a bunch of Jezebels anyway. So Father has a man that he may be preparing for you too. Remember, I'm the same way. Remember, I'm a single man. I ain't ugly, but I ain't pretty. I got a brain, and my looks fade, but I want a woman to fall in love with my brain, not my, my whatever. That'll go away someday. So don't worry about it. The Father is preparing the most perfect, equally yoked man for you. And if not, don't you want to settle for second best? You need a loner boyfriend or something? You want me to be your loner boyfriend? I don't want a loner girlfriend, a loner wife. I want to be somebody to be with till I die, and then be with them after, yoke with them and eternally yoke with them, be with them after. My brother, mother, sister, wife, in Christ. So that's what you should be focused. Don't worry. Would you settle for second best? I mean, women, no guys say no to women, especially you could look like a damn horse and get laid if you're a woman. But anyways, for guys, they whatever. They're like 2 tits, a hole, and a heartbeat. That's all I need. But I apologize. So anyways, look, don't settle for second best. I'd rather die single the rest of my life, never ever be with anybody ever again, because I can totally be happy without somebody. I don't need somebody to make me whole, complete me. They just add, remember? So slow down, Turbo. I know. I'd like to have somebody warm at night to hold. It's cold out here. You know how different it'd be at night to have somebody warm in my bed next to me. I ain't got to have sex with them. You know what I'm saying? We just spoon for a little all night. You know what I mean? Just to be warm. Just whatever. Like 2 spoons in a drawer, conforming to each other's image. It's beautiful, not sexual. So I'm just saying, be nice if you have somebody right now, guys. Some people are alone and we don't have nobody, but we're all right. I'm just saying, slow down. And if you die, don't worry about it. You'll get another life. You will. You're supposed to be a bride. Anyways, it'd be better to be with somebody. People live next to somebody and they hate them. And I'd rather be alone and be in a war with somebody, sleep, and all the war that goes on between a bad relationship or that's not working, where you're really going to try hard and all that. Hell no, I don't want none of that. I like being single. Hell yeah. No wife to bitch at me. And like I said, cool. That's all right. Not wrong. And look, just take this in mind. I told you, like I said, you're a lady. Remember, I'm a pastor, and I get caught up in the world and the word, and not the world, but the word. My tattoos make people talk, and I can't help. Every time I go, I share the gospel. So if you are my wife, and you've been here, we got to give a lesson, and you are my wife, I leave my dogs, they're a good tool on how maybe the ladies should act too. When I leave, you ladies get pissed the longer I'm gone. Not you, but the ladies get more pissed, and I get caught up. Oh, honey, you're going to give me some milk to bake some whatever. And you're gone for an hour and a half. You said you're only be gone 20, and this happens I get caught up. I'm a pastor. I talk about the word, and remember, Toba, the longer I'm gone, the more pissed off you get, and that doesn't, I might be gone for 4 or 5 hours, and oh my God, I'm in the doghouse now, right? Well, when I come home and you're so pissed, I come home, my dog damn pisses himself. He's so happy to see me. He shakes that ass and pisses himself. He's so happy to see me. The longer I'm gone, the more he pisses himself, the more he shakes his ass. So what's wrong with you ladies? You should more act like these dogs know how to better. They've never lied, cheated, or stole from me once. My dogs. That's my dog. No, I'm just kidding, Togo. We got the lesson. It's just for a joke. So don't worry about it. Father's equally yoking the perfect person for you. When you're gone, and if you were gone too long, when you come home, they ain't gonna worry about where you're at. You're no bridge, no gap there. Bridge. He is that bridge, right? No bridge. No bridge will be burnt. No gap cannot be filled. He is the bridge between two people, no matter how far, or he is the tie that binds two. So even if you're separating, remember, you come home and you're gonna piss on him. No, I'm not saying, but you'll be so excited that you might piss yourself. I think Lady in Red said, I'm not pissing myself, Pastor. But anyway, see what I'm saying? Don't worry about it. If it's meant to be, it will. Father, I have to live with that too. I've been single for the last dozen years, last 15 years, I think, for a couple of years is all I've ever dated, maybe a few years. But like I said, don't burn any bridges. I still talk to my ex and stuff. I'm not trying to, you know, Father will have an equal yoke person for you, or you won't. And don't worry about it. Would you rather be miserable with somebody and alone with somebody? Because people are like that. They are miserable and alone because they just have no more connection. They hang out in that, and other than to just be cold and alone in your bed, I'd rather be cold and alone in my bed, or like somebody said, sleeping with their dogs or something. But yeah, my dogs have never lied, cheated, or stole anything from me, so I love my puppies. So don't get that all nowhere. This ain't no orgy Jesus having sex with dogs and beasts and man and goats and women and all that nonsense, right? So what? So, anyways, I don't know, Toba. I hope it because I bitch a lot in here and gripe and moan, and so I want you to be able to get it out of your system. Whatever's in your system. I don't know if you got a husband or something, or you in the market or something, and you're looking or something. But I know it's they're all of us are here because we procreate. We like to be with other people, and so yeah, what I'm saying. No, there's not. Like I said, puppies. I don't let my puppies sleep in my bed, but I know my son. He liked the dogs sleep in bed. They're just too big. But like I said, Father's timing is everything, and I am bad about his timing too. Because sometimes I get lonely, and I'd love to have somebody to make a home with me, and make this ministry, like in have house in here and just make it a home, and it doesn't always feel like that type of a home would not have, but I make it comfy and like I like it or whatever. And so, I mean, if somebody was here, I'd obviously do, we fire up the on-demand hot water shower again, do all the things that, but I just live the way I live. But I know that it does get cumbersome knowing that there's all these millions of people out there and you find yourself without one. You're like, why me? Why do all these other people get to be with somebody? Damn, that dude's laying on the floor with some lady and he's a bum and he ain't got nothing. And look at what I have. And it ain't about what you have. You know what I'm saying? How does he have she's laying there. She's dirty with him on the street. She loves him so much. She's dirty with him. I'd sleep with you in a cardboard box kind of love. So don't worry about it. Enjoy your ability to not be nagged at too. And when time comes, Father he'll provide. He does that. I wouldn't force it, man. I try to force that last relationship. Not like that. I just try to, friend with somebody, and then it just didn't work because you can't make somebody, love you, or you can't make somebody like you. They have to do it without, it's like I don't ever struggle with having a sexual relationship with somebody because I tell them right out the gate, if you take it away from me, I'll walk away from you. But you want it, I'll put popsicle sticks and duct tape, even though I can't get it out. You're gonna get it. I'm not gonna be told no. It's not gonna be a game. You're not gonna play with this and pull this away from me like a carrot on a string. I want it. You want it. And it's normally then it's out of the way. It's mutual, and I don't have to ask. They don't have to ask. It's like people get stuck on that, and I don't mean to go into that in a relationship. Like I'm asked. I have to ask. It should happen, and I'm not saying relationships don't take work because I don't have any ladies sitting next to me. But from my experience, it should happen organically, and the relationship could kind of happen like that too. So you don't want to force a relationship. To me, I'd rather it happen organic. I don't like to make people do things in a relationship. I like the little things. The little things drive me nuts in a relationship when people go out of their way to show me that they care with the little things. The big things are nice, but little things are sometimes you really too. And I ain't giving no relationship advice, but I've learned this too. This ain't Dr. Phil. It ain't love is nothing in a relationship, man. Love is like, I love my wife's titty and I love, well, whatever. I love my truck. I love my car, but love is not how much you love somebody. It's how much you can stand somebody in a relationship. It truly is. It's called tolerance, not like the edict of toleration, because we all have our little weird things that we do. Guys do it. Women do it. We all, you know, leave the toilet seat down or whatever, but there's hair all over the shower. Is all these things that we have are, what I'm saying, that we don't, it's our little pet peeves. So be honest with somebody. If you don't like something about somebody, don't sit there and hold it in or talk to them. Don't try to change them. But that's what I'm saying. It takes a real good communication too in a relationship. Like I always told everybody and anybody who's ever been with a relationship, If you feel like you can't come to me and tell me anything, then I have failed. You have failed. Well, this relationship is gone. I don't care if you came to me and told me something happened, honey, um, at work, this guy came up and pinched my butt. And yeah, I want to know that. I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to, I need to know. And then she's holding it in and then she's worried. And, it festers. You need to be able to come to your partner and tell them anything. I mean, anything. And how I've always told anybody who's been with me is, look, all I'm asking you to do is put me in a chair, sit me down. Hey, you need to sit down for this. Set the stage. Let me know what I'm about to hear, some hard ass shit, so I can be ready to hear it. And, oh, that's all? Well, honey, come on. He pinched your butt. You know what I mean? That's not a big deal. I don't care. Whatever. I'd pinch your butt every day at work too if I was your. But no, he shouldn't do that. Did you talk to your boss at all about it? Or, well, honey, I was worried. You'd get mad that he guys, you need to be able to tell your partner anything. I mean, honey, I'm feeling like you ain't doing it for me. Well, what's going on? Something you can fire up the relationship by communication. That's really more important than anybody. Because remember, you can love somebody and they could be sleeping on the couch and hate them and still love them, brother, sister. Love don't turn off like a light switch. Okay, that's that tolerance that I was telling you. It's not how much love you can love somebody, if you can stand somebody, but truly is that you could be honest with them from the beginning, and not, because remember, we don't normally fall in love with somebody. We fall in lust. We want the P or the D, and let's not be foolish. I mean, we do that, especially when we're young, and that's we're all here. We all procreated, but if you just slow down and tell somebody who you are, and not and put it out there like, hey, this is who I am, and then act like who you are, and that's the problem I found too. Is that I've done it. You'll do anything to get the D or the P or whatever. You'll change who you are. And I've done that. I've looked at myself in the mirror 5 years later and went, who the hell is this man? I'm doing things I would have never done just because I want to have a relationship with somebody. I want to be close. I want to have sex, but I want to have a relationship. I want to cuddle. I want to be one. I just want. Now I've changed who I am to, and women do it too, though. We all do it. See, you're falling in lust with somebody, and don't be foolish. That happens. But if you'll base off the fact that, okay, maybe that does happen, but just be who you are, and they don't like it, then get out while it's early. Winners know when to quit. They don't stay into something and just keep going and going. People do that because that's what love is. It's hard to let go. Love don't turn off like a light switch, especially when you find something. You're not somebody just wanting to change your socks or your drawers like your women. You know what I'm saying? People do. They change their women in the relationship. They get married. They got so many wives or married husbands and over and over. I don't want. That's what I'm saying. I don't want no loner wife or girlfriend. I don't want to be with somebody unless it's organic. It works, and I don't have to. You have to try, but it should be a mutual thing. Like you're not asking for this. The war is already here. What do you mean war? It's a Department of War. So if you don't think we're at war, go on, get out of here. You've already missed the boat. Remember, we sent boats down to Venezuela. So tolerance is what I'm saying, brothers, sisters. Listen, if you'll be yourself in the beginning, because that's what people do. They change out of lust a little, you know what I'm saying? And then they want to change back to who they were. And I found this out, guys, when I study relationships in marriages that were broken up after 15, 20, 30 years. I was like, there's no fucking way. How's that possible? That doesn't even possible. How could you be with somebody for 15 or 20 years and then part your ways? It's something that happened in the beginning, brother, sister. You didn't build it off of the right thing. You built it off of some kind of a lie. You weren't truthful with somebody. You kind of changed who you are to get laid or to be with somebody or something. You changed. Just be who you are. If they don't like it, then fuck it, leave. Good. You don't have to sit there and waste a bunch of time, get close to them and get feelings for them, and not, if it's going to work, it's going to work, but you've got to be honest with them from the beginning. Build it on, like Christ said, on the rock, on the petra. Don't build it on sinking sand. Be honest with that person. Don't be somebody you're not. If you don't put the damn toilet seat down, don't put it down. Don't just put it down because you're not going to keep that shit up. And you're going to want to go back to who you are, put that toilet seat back down, or be lazy, or whatever it is that you do. You know what I'm saying? I'm just using that as an example. I put the toilet seat down. It's a fucking shithole and a piss hole. Why don't you put the lid and the top down on it? Later's like, oh my God, you're so amazing. What the hell? It's a poop hole. I don't know, guys. They just want whatever. Oh, they may fall in the toilet when I sit. Yeah, whatever. So that's what I'm telling you. Is just be who you are. So you don't have to look at yourself 5 years in the mirror and go, who the hell am I? And then you want to go back and, well, this is who I am. Well, fuck you. That's not who you were when I met you. Well, you weren't either. And see, you never did base it off the right things. So let yourself be who you are. And if somebody likes you, great. And they will. They'll love those little stupid things, or they'll talk to you about it. And if you want to change it, then great. They're not going to make you change a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Yeah, you got to love yourself too, because if you're not happy with yourself, you're going to make everybody fucking around you miserable. That's good advice. And I just ain't no Dr. Phil. Look, I don't know, lady sitting next to me. I'm just trying to tell you from what I've learned. And I've had long relationships. I've been with a lot of women. I've had long spaces between. I dated when I was younger, whatever, a couple women or whatever, but at a time, but I got that out of my system. And I'm not saying, guys, there's people too, remember, that have cheating hearts. And I know you might never heard this before, but some people are not happy with one person. And it sucks that people like that, like myself, I can't make more than one woman happy. What the hell do I need two of them for? Shit, I can't handle one. I don't see how these guys juggle two women, or three. That's crazy. I don't cheat on my women. I've always told any woman that I've ever with, I say, you know what? Before I ever have sex with another woman, even think about it, I'm going to get rid of you, because when I'm pounding her guts out, I don't want to be thinking about you. See, I'm kind of honest in a relationship. I'm serious. That's what I say. You know what I'm saying? So I'm serious. I don't want to be thinking about somebody else when I'm, in a different relationship. So I'm like, no, I'm not going to be with you at all. I guarantee you that. You don't have to ever worry about me cheating on you. I'm not going to do that. I just don't have it in me. I can't handle one of you. If I'm having issues, I'm going to make sure I cut that off before I go try to fuck with another one. So I don't see how these guys handle two, or women handle two guys. It's just, but listen, here's what I'm trying to explain to you. Some people have what you know as a cheating heart, and they don't, brothers and sisters. It's not that they have a cheating heart. They're just not happy with one person. Remember, in the Old Testament, there was polygamy, and David had 150 concubines and 150 wives. I don't need more than one woman, but I understand that some people, and it sucks because we get in relationships with people like that, and they don't mean to cheat like that necessarily, brothers. They're just not happy with one person. And you may never heard that before, but it's kind of our nature. I don't know if it's the sex drive that makes some people, I don't have any issues in that field or anything, but I don't desire another. I mean, when I was young, whatever, but that's not, so try to remember that too. Watch warning, brothers and sisters, for those that are kind of it's not polygamy, and that people can do that. And they're all, that there is a place for that, but, you got to make sure who you're with. You be honest with them in the beginning, because you might be with somebody and not even know that they're one of these people that they're not happy with one person, and you got to watch for that too, though. And I think some people do. But what I have found, honestly, in all my discovery, because I researched this and I thought about writing a book about it. People ask me to write some books. I never have, but, I have found that most of the time that people do break up after 10, 15, 20 years. There was communication before there was an actual sexual or physical act outside the relationship. And there was some communication, and the person just didn't fix it, didn't address it most of the times. I told you, they kind of wanted to be who they were. They said, fuck it, I'm just standing on who I am now, and I'm not going, and it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? But there was communication, you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, that there was some kind of communication before. Now, that's not always. Some people just, remember, cheating hearts. They can't, can't keep their dick in their pants. She can't keep her legs closed, whatever it is, but most of the time there's a lot of communication that happened throughout, and they just didn't address it enough. Couldn't communicate because they battled. Sometimes it's kids too. There's so many variables too, guys, that in a relationship with people, not getting enough physical love because they got kids and stuff, and that used to be so much easier to do, and now the kids are always there and they get interrupted, and there's so many things that can break a relationship down. That's why good communication with somebody's is so important to me, that like you should be able to come to them and say, hey, honey, I need to get laid, and these kids are, or whatever it is. I don't mean to keep making it about that, but I can tell you too, and I'm going to leave this whole, I ain't Dr. Phil, man. You can't take that from somebody in a relationship. A relationship is not based off of sex in any way, shape, or form. But like I told you, I never let no women pull that away from me. I've had more sex than the law allows, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't base the relationship off of that. My point is if you take that away in the relationship, and you can't lay to somebody next to somebody and be physical, some kind of you've lost it. You really have lost it. And I'm not saying the whole relationship is based off of that, but if you can hate somebody and hey, maybe you can have some makeup sex or something. I don't know. I'm not giving any advice, but the point is, if you can't lay to somebody at night and let that go and not, maybe even try to have some intimacy, you've lost the relationship. I'm not saying the whole relationship's based off of that, but damn, if you lost everything else, you can still lay in bed at night and have some kind of physical, then you can might be able to salvage the relationship is all I was saying. So I'll never let no woman do that to me. And don't let no man do that to you. He can't pull that away from you. No women, don't let it be a toy. Our physical intimacy is not meant to be a weapon, and people weaponize their pussy. Honey, you're going to do those goddamn dishes and you're going to fucking watch those kids, and you better get out there and whip that goddamn string line that yard and make it look pretty for me. And I'm going to fucking play video games all day and you ain't gonna do shit. I'm gonna fucking sit here. You better pay the bills. You better take care of this, kids. I got the pussy power here, motherfucker, acting like a dude or something. But hey, I apologize. Careful. We got a lot. Hey, it happens. Guys do it. Women do it too. Don't act like there's a lot of power in that fire down below. So, all right, let's leave it at that. Let's not get ourselves involved in things. Let's communicate with each other, and you shouldn't really have a whole lot of issues. Tova, I hope I didn't over talk you here, but and I'm not Dr. Phil. Don't take any of this as relationship advice, because once again, you don't see anybody sitting next to me, do you? So I would not take any of this. Take it all with a grain of salt. Run it through your relationship calculator, because once again, one, no two, don't add up. So don't take my advice. It's just me sitting there and the dogs. So, but I'm patient. I know that Father will provide whenever I'm ready, and if I die without having another relationship, I'm okay with that. Um, if not, that person, I'll be just like I was with you today. I'll be honest with him. I'll put it on the table, and I won't hide anything. I have nothing to hide. I want the person to add to who I am. If they take away, then I have an issue. Remember, they're supposed to add. We're supposed to add to each other in a relationship, not take away from each other. So don't try to change somebody, because that's taking away, right? Froward, pervert, twist, warp, or change. Even my dad told me that when I was very young. And he gave me it in another kind of conversation I've told you guys before. He's like, I know you don't like the government, son. You don't like authority. You don't want to listen to me, but don't think you can change the government. You can't. You're never going to change the government, and you're not going to change anybody. It's absolutely wrong to change anybody. So, how much am I selling what for, cowboy? I got land for sale. Want to buy some land? Got a motorcycle for sale. Want to buy a faster than a Harley, Honda Valkyrie? It's shaft driven. It's got 8 hangers on it, windshield, bags. Probably just needs jump started and get to ride it. Got a flatbed, diesel flatbed for sale. Got a Ford pickup truck, extended cab board. Got a 20-acre parcel that I can try to walk you into for half of what I paid into the property. You can move on that property with a tent. I moved out here with a tent. Don't let shit blow all over your yard and stack stuff neatly. Nobody complain. You can do whatever you want out here. So I do whatever the fuck I want. I'm living the American dream. I don't know what the hell you guys are doing, but I am. So, oh well, I have a 5-acre parcel that I have up for $39,000 because I'm trying to buy another farm in Ecuador that's 39,000. I'll take 10,000 off of it right now. 29,000 cash. That's when he offered me a Tesla wall, $500 a month and for 3 years, but I don't need the Tesla wall right now. That's worth a lot more, but there's other parcels for sale. Even buy for me, I'd be willing to help anybody out to try to get them a off grid or get them in a place where they don't, can start in a tent, start in a trailer, do whatever. Just try to get away from the system. You know what I'm saying? The 5 acres is off of 514 Christmas Valley. It's the wagon tire. It's a highway, but it's not, I'm out in the middle of the country. So that one's up on the highway. There's power poles right of the property. The power's not installed. There's water at less than 100 feet. It is 2.5 miles from the school. It is literally, there's one parcel next to me closest to the school out here. People drive 40 to 50 miles to get their kids to school. So this is the closest parcel to the school. It's 8 miles from Christmas Valley, Oregon. There's an insane amount of this largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. So if you like the stars, this is the place to be at. Um, this is protected from light pollution, so they're going to probably limit more people coming out. This town has grown up a lot. There's a considerable amount of work out here for a small country town farmers that hay and grow the number one alfalfa on this rock. There's not a more nutrient dense alfalfa grown anywhere. People buy it from, China buys more than anybody, but there's multiple grocery stores out here now. Dollar General, the largest Dollar General in the whole state of Oregon, was put right here in this little country town because they know what's coming. They saw the boom. Even I knew it was coming. Uh, the other parcel I have, I'm keeping it because my son and daughter were going to move on it, but I don't know if they're alive or anymore or not. I can't seem to get the missing persons report filed to get anybody to look for them. That's okay. I'm working on that with an attorney right now and filing maybe civil lawsuit here soon, which I don't want to, but I will. I have to. It's due to legal thing. Um, but the 5 acre or the 20 acre parcel is off of Bowens Road. It actually says that it's paved. It's not, but it's where the richest farmers in the area live, and so they always plow the road out. And it's the most beautiful parcel I own. If I don't sell it here soon, I'm going to go ahead and install because I've been putting more cabin material and put a cabin and I'll help the community because there's nowhere to rent out here. There is nowhere to rent. I can tell you that. You look up right now, Christmas Valley or Silver Lake, Oregon, and they just get rented too fast or because it's word of mouth out here country. All somebody has to do is talk about a rental. So I could have it rented the same day. Somebody can do that. Somebody come out here and buy this parcel from me. This place has no, I bought this 20 acre parcel to put a 5 acre parcel, fourplexes on. I was going to have 20 tenants on those 5 parcels, and because there's nowhere to rent out here, and it'd been a blessing to the community. So you can come out here and rent one of those she sheds and live in that. You can live in a travel trailer. I came out here in an Arctic tent, that I would train and spent time in Alaska and, in the Boleo Range, and came out here and lived in that tent with a wood stove and I got a motorhome, let my son live in that. And so he'd have, but I didn't mind living in a tent and started all over again in a tent out here before. So um, I have available that parcel. I think I paid on it for 6 years. I probably paid over $10,000 or $11,000 for the parcel. It's the property that I bought the company that they've been out here for a couple, probably 20 years, I think, selling land out here, sold thousands of acres out here. Um, but that parcel, somebody gave me $5,000. I'm sure Jesse would put your name on the land sale, and it's a fixed rate, and you can pay it off early, no early payoff penalty. You pay over a payment on in the month, then it goes directly to principal. If you ever bought a land sale, it's better than buying it from a real estate. You don't have all those fees, none of it. It's total legal binding contract. That's how I purchased this property originally and paid off it all in one lump payment at the end. And so that property is got excellent roads, some of the best roads in the whole county to the property. And there's only one other in like 200 acres. There's only one other property that's there on that big massive parcel, and it's sold for $300,000 every time. It's a larger farm, but somebody puts a house on there. I bought it because I know it's an investment property. It will have um, you know, it'll have a higher value, probably even more than this property I have right here, and maybe more than the one that's on the highway, just because it's over towards Table Rock and you know what I'm saying. So get a hold of me. I'm trying to take this money, and I don't need the money for me. I already have all my legal money bills pretty much paid for now, but I still need to get all this money or all this land put over the ministry, and that takes time and effort to do too, and money to do all this land, moving this into the ministry's name. So I'm working on that too. But for now, I'm trying to purchase the separate ministry down in Ecuador. It's a farm that I'm trying to purchase, another farm. So this is a farm, and you can build a beautiful homestead out here. There's lots of resources, and we're what, a couple hours from a Walmart or something like that. So it's access, but it's, there is stuff in this town. It costs a little bit more, but you go into town. Some people go into town once a month. Some people go into town once a year. Seriously, some people disappear out here for years. You never see them because they just do their thing out here, get enough resources, and just live the American dream under the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. And U.S. isn't the best place, but I think this is the best place in the U.S. to be. I could have been in any state. If full custody of my son, passport, could be anywhere, go anywhere. But I chose to. I've done a lot of research on where in the next, coming months, days, weeks, and years to have a safe place away from the coming chaos because of the, expansion of our debt and all this political unrest. And, it's not going to stop. And so you want to find a place out in the country that's self-sufficient. People out here, it's a tight knit community. It's, well, no, I mean, the farmers, like, you ain't coming out here. If you're not from here, you're going to know you're not here. There's not a lot of community out here because everybody just wants to do their own thing and be left alone. So there is some stuff they do up in the Christmas Valley area community wise, but it's a lot of the farmers' wives and stuff. It's not that people couldn't become a part of the community, but there are more people who just come out here to get their 5, 10, 20 acre parcel and just build the American dream and live out here for pennies, peanuts compared to what it costs to live in any one of the cities right around here or anywhere. It really does have a better cost because, and that's something you're going to have to look about in the future is, are you in a place that's is going to overtax you out of your land or your tax payment burden is too high? A lot of people are going to lose a lot here, and these big parcels are not going to be able to hold on. These rich people, we're going to go back into this, recession, depression type of where you're going to buy a, what was it? Rolls Royce is the guy out in front of the stock exchange, $1,000 for a brand new Rolls Royce because he lost all his money on the stock exchange. All this is coming, this debt cycle. So this is a good place to get ahead of, the debt cycle. Many people have come out here. I've seen it. I've worked with some of these contractors out here, and they say there are people who've never even occupied homes out here. They got a nice little 400 or 500 square foot bungalow or something, 2-story with a basement in it or a little, whatever armored little fortress underneath, and uh, all watched by cameras, and they've never lived there. They have a property abandoned when this hits. They know they're not going to be able to pay the taxes on that house, so they've already set up something here where they're just going to walk away from that, and this is their new. You know what I'm saying? And saying it's that's the way it's going to be. That's the way it's going to be. People are going to have to be. It's going to be easier to heat and cool a small building. These buildings aren't going to be able to heat, especially going into with the sun cycle, what it's doing. We're going to go to a solar minimum where or the sun's going to blot out the sun by a volcanism with an increasing, in the it's already happening. We keep getting pounded by the solar radiation that keeps coming from the sun. It's not going to stop. The magnetosphere is going to have to trigger with the reset. It always takes a massive, event to take that to reset the magnetic canopy that protects our, you know, our bodies and everything, and it does penetrate right through our, buildings and down into the molten, uh, actual that's in below our feet, and that excites it, and one of it pops, and we go into nuclear winter. So they know this is coming too. The elite know this is coming, and so um, you know they're ready for it. And the best thing you can do is get out of the way of what's coming and try to become self-sufficient. And that's where a lot of people come out here, and they're already living the dream because they're not fighting the hustle and the bustle, and they own everything. They own their house, their property. I own everything here. I don't have, the only bill I have is because I was buying that property for my to buy an investment. Then my son wanted to buy it from me. He actually was going to take over the payment. So I'd be willing to let somebody do that. And I don't think my son would be upset if I did. I'll just buy another property. I don't think I'm going to get that beautiful property. It is very hard to get property over on this side of this community that I live in. Most of this stuff is kind of isolated out of this over towards the sand dunes, 30, 40 miles away from the school, and 20, 30 miles out of town to buy land at, you can find land for a couple, $2,000-$3,000 an acre. There's no acres for sale out here like that. That's not, they have that in town, and then that's not like that. But I'm talking, you could buy the bigger parcels, but they're located, miles from a power pole. Every property that I have now and or for sale has power touching the property. It's not hooked up, but it can be. I wouldn't purchase property out here unless it had some kind of power. That's just the way I am. I'm never going to use it. I won't. I might at the ministry put it here, but you have the ability. The other property on Bowens, it's got power at Bowens, and that one's got two access roads and just one other person in like 400 or 500 acres. So no neighbors. It's an excellent, it's an excellent property, and somebody's going to get it, or I'll just hold on to it. This will be the first time tomorrow that actually I've made the land payment and with this property owner in 11 years, but it is what it is. I'm not worried about it. The AdSense didn't pay me, and it's been a kind of a struggle. I just shelled out, over $20,000 for an attorney. So I'm a little bit tight right now on cash. That's now $100,000+ on this case. And over that, with the 5 years that I've got into the whole thing with my son, remember, it's just him. It's not me. I have no record. I shouldn't be dealing with any of this, but I jump in front of things like this because somebody like what I do needs to be the voice of people. Nobody's looking, would have ever helped my son. And so, um, that's why I got to keep going. So I'll sell that property now. If somebody wants to buy it, I'd give it to them for, $5,000 cash. And I'm sure that Jesse can sign it over into your name. You just get all the years that I paid on it. Probably get like another 5 years of payment, and you can pay it off early. It has the same options. I just walked somebody in that. I had somebody else that was going to buy it before. Honestly, the person that was, I just don't think they would have treated the property very good. And I don't want them to have an issue with this land sale company, the owner that I bought, because I've done business with them for years. I could probably go buy another 5 properties from him right now, and I've been paying. I've always never missed a land payment in 11 years. So uh, it's you can't be saved. You're an antichrist, God. You know that? You're a Satanist and an antichrist. You don't know what the word save means. I rebuke. You're probably some religious idiot, and you're a devil and a demon because you don't know the words. And he warned about people just like you that add to the scriptures. So don't say anything else in here. You're marrying truth to a lie. So you can't be saved. The word save is sozo, and you have to endure the end. So you're blasphemous. You're heathen. No, he didn't say he's the way, the truth, and the life. He said, I am the Hados, I am the Alethi, and I am the Harizo. Please go, get out of here. You speak Christian religion, and I don't do religions. This ministry is not for religious people. This is these people who love the word and study it one word at a time. Remember, there's no Jesus in the text. The word truth is the Aletheia. It doesn't say life. It says Harizo. You're an idiot. Please go. You're adding. He said, don't add a jot. So get out of here, Planet Ball Camp. Go take your space ball somewhere else. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't talk about the word. You're a false teacher. You're an antichrist. You can't be saved. You have to endure to the end to be saved. See, right there, you're already wrong. You're wrong as 2 boys in the closet doing something they shouldn't be doing. Now get out of here. Get out of my space. Get out of the closet. No, we're not in the closet. You, with your other sex, with, kitty touch much, Jesus, go away from me. You speak like the world, like earth is the ruled, not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet either. Stop talking about that scripture. You don't know anything about it. You should. You have to share it, but you better start reading it one word at a time. Who's like God? God is a title. Listen to this, brothers, sisters. This person, I have the text right here. How come it doesn't say Jesus in that text? And I'm not fighting over one single letter. God. Who's like God? Answer my question. Don't say anything else. Just if you can't be refined, then you're what Christ would call brutish in nature, because there's no word Christ in there, but we'll use your pagan terms. A brutish in nature, a brute beast, you're an ass. So stop talking and answer my question. If you answer with anything, you're not doing anything. Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you're not in here bringing people to Jesus, saving people. So stop talking. Tell me what the word hell is, and I already defined it. Because if you start adding to this scripture, I'll know you've never read it. So tell me what the word hell is and give me the definition, or get the hell out of this ministry now. Don't say anything else. Start some of your long. Remember, say don't pray like the heathens, long or repetitive prayers. Don't repeat yourself. Answer my question, or you're going to leave. I've already given you more than I have to by the word. You don't read it. I know it. What is the word hell? Revelation 9:11. That same that's talking about where hell is at, right? You call it hell. It doesn't say hell. What is hell? Tell everybody what you have to know the words you're speaking. If you mess up one word, you're an antichrist, you're a Satanist. Do you know that in scripture? That's what it says. The false teachers are the first person people that he comes back and deals with when he returns. Call no man teacher. So how about that? Would you like to answer my question now? What is the definition? In Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. What do you mean the meaning of hell, lake of fire? Goodbye. You can't define anything. You don't know the meaning. Obviously, I asked you, so goodbye. False creatures do not equate to Antichrist. Scorpizzo, the false teacher. You're either with Christ or you're Antichrist. Nolan, you are an Antichrist. You know that? In a Nephilim, because you're pushing your bullshit now on other people. You're what the word is called devil. It doesn't say that in the text I read. False teacher is the word scorpizzo. You're an idiot. It doesn't say false teacher. It says scorpizzo. So you don't even read the word, do you either? It doesn't say Christ in the text either, does it? You speak like a psycho-Babylonian American. You from America, Nolan? I can always tell when I'm talking to American guys. I can. I wish Father would just put these American flags so you can see these people, because they have a First Amendment right of free speech that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Especially when it comes to the scripture. They don't even use the text that's in there. They add English words and American words. See what I'm saying? This is an ass, brothers and sisters. This is an ass. This is a Nephilim that can't hear, is a bully. He's already pushing his bullshit on other people. And now he can't even concentrate like orange juice, like O.J. Simpson or something. Get the fuck out of here, dude. What are you trying to murder somebody? Get out of here. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You change a jot and you are Antichrist. That's the false teacher. Could you be any more convinced of your own stupidity? Now stop it. Get out of here. Don't even say anything else. Don't want you in here. So the darkness, remember, the light was created from the dark. You don't know how this is created, so you need to leave. See, I just crushed you with the word and you don't like it, so go away. Jezebel, girl, don't go away, man. Just go away. Nobody's manipulating me. Nobody's manipulating me. We get bots in here. You guys really think a lot of these Charlie Kirk things are bots? Just they do this. They're testing everybody. It's going to lead to them taking your guns away in America, and you don't want to listen to me. And it will happen. Nolan, you are a fucking Antichrist. Listen, this is a Nephilim and a bully, brothers and sisters. This is somebody who's never read the text ever once. He does not know the text. Well, I'm warning you about people just like this. Ministry, listen to me. The Father has said, now, Nolan, you are as Antichrist as it gets. I've been in your shoes. I've been an Antichrist. I've been a bully. I've been just like you, a dumb fucking idiot. Okay? He said, if I didn't call, an idiot means that you don't know. That's different being dumb. My bad. An idiot means you don't know. Dumb is you don't want to learn. You're an ass. Didn't you hear what I said? Okay. This ministry is here because Father created it for fellowship, not to bring people to God. You're a fucking Antichrist, Nephilim idiot. Nephilim means bully. And Antichrist means you're not with him because you keep pushing. That's not what's in that book. It says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So we're not bringing anybody to Christ. You're a complete, you see what I'm saying? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have no idea what this says in that text. Nobody's coming to God because they want to. God is making them. Are you that stupid? Okay, tell me you're not stupid. Say, oh, okay, I was 100% wrong. This ministry was not made. It was made to iron sharpens iron. It's not meant for people like you that cannot be corrected, that are an ass or just stubborn because you think you know the word. You don't know shit from Shinola. So it's listed right now on CB Highway 519 in Silver Lake. It's 2.5 miles from the school. It is listed at $39,000. I would give $10,000 off today. I have the deed. It's in my name. I have another 20-acre parcel. Okay. There's a lot of people coming out here who are just like me. They want to be left alone. They don't be fucked with. You like a place like that? Largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. You want to live the American dream? Here's where it's at. A lot of people don't deal with dumbasses out here like people that come in this chat. So they come out here to be left alone. They never turn the internet on. They just, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, don't talk about something there about this ministry. You don't even know what a ministry is about. Go hang out with all your other fake of them. There's not one other ministry that I know you can go to other than Grace and Truth Ministries. I only mirror Brother Jim's teaching. He don't curse. I'm the only one that does. So fuck you. Get out of my face, you swine, telling people, isn't this to bring people to God? No, you're anti, you can be more antichrist. If I didn't call out to their hearts to, remember, oh, God knows what's in my heart. That person's never read the scripture once. It says that the heart is continuously filled with wickedness, brothers and sisters. Continuously. That's why I share with you how to carry your cross. And remember, there's nobody hung from crosses. So we're not going to let one of these religious swine dirt bags come in here. They love the dirt more than they love the word. You know it by their fruit. They're full of it. Crap. Shit bags is what they are. And I don't allow that in this ministry. You know that. So he said, guard his commandments. So there's no bringing anybody to Jesus, brothers and sisters. I spent 10 years of my life fucking thinking I was a fisher of men, thinking I was bringing people to Jesus. The net not knows what it catches, brothers and sisters. Be a fisher of men. Cast the nets down deep. The net not knows what it catches. Father condemns. The net job, yeah, it only does the job of the net. So God bestowed upon us degree of free will, or else it would mean God created sin. Brothers and sisters, another Antichrist thing never read. Father said, I created all things. This is what Father warned you about, brothers and sisters. Okay? Yeah, remember? If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So God makes you seek his heart. You're not doing it. Now you're more Antichrist. I told you to leave here, Nolan. Don't you ever, because you've been here before. I've seen you in here before. You are an absolute Antichrist. You don't have free will. There's no such thing as free will. The word is porneia, and you don't just study any of this word. You are absolutely not only an Antichrist, but you are making a complete ass of yourself. You know that? You think you know the scripture, but you ain't never sat down and supped with it. Not once. God didn't bestow on us a degree of free will. It is called porneia. Where the fuck do you get that in scripture? You are an Antichrist. Do you understand me? 100% exactly what the scripture says not to do, and you're doing it. Porneia or agape. Anything else is lukewarm, and he will vomit you from the mouth. Yeah, and I'm going to vomit you out of here. Don't you say anything else. Don't you ever come back here ever again, because I've seen you in here pushing your stupid religious nonsense. You don't read the word. You are complete opposite of what the scripture says. Okay? Period. You're just an idiot, and that's fine. I don't care. You just don't know. I have no vengeance against you, but I'm not going to let you come in here and spit lies. You're a Satanist, you're an Antichrist, and you're what the word calls Nephilim, because you're bullying people with your own demons. Are liars and deceivers and distributors of fortunes to others. That is the definition. You have no definition in you whatsoever. Whatsoever. Okay? So you need to leave. Don't put anything ever again. So grift continues in the name of Jesus. Hollywood. Remember the wood? Remember that they orchestrate? What are you in here with the name Hollywood? Are you a pedophile? Get out of here. No, I'm not leaving the United States. I'm buying another ministry. You're the kind of person in America that's the problem, okay? Oh, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Then you leave, traitor. Here we go, brothers and sisters. Another one of these dumb fucking Americans. You know what I'm saying? No, I am purchasing another farm. And I have a farm here to keep people away from people like you fucking stupid Wi-Fi router, fucking 5G, whiz, whatever. Get out of here, city fuck. You smell like the city. Broad is the way that leads to the pizza gate. Remember, all these cities got the Broadway and the, you know, oh, I'm evil. Good. That's what you think. It's because I'm alive. Remember, what's the opposite of evil? Live, live. Get out of here, child. This is what Father does. He makes you reject me. He gives you deaf ears because you're retarded. You've been screwed down like a throttle cable. You can only learn so much. You're retarded. Remember? Restrain. So get out of here. I'm toying with you guys. This is fun. Thank you, Father. What is it? Is it Friday or is it Saturday? Oh, that's why. It's Saturnalia Day. So these people love their pagan worship. So, all right, Dory, you're not going to come against this gospel. So, for someone religious. Fuck religion, Scott. Get the fuck out of here, you too, Scott. Now you're back in here. Captain Kirk and Scotty, beam me up, Scotty. Get the fuck out of here, man. Now I seen your dumbass in here again. Why do you come back? Why do you motherfuckers come back if you don't like it? Yes, you don't worry about that rent space in your head that you guys keep thinking about me when you get thrown the fuck out of here. I won't charge you. Don't come back here, though. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Chicken is a chicken shit motherfucker who can't even define the word nice. Listen, chicken, You're doing it again. See, you came back in here. This is proof. This is proof. You know what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up, you drug pusher, Hollywood. If I have a beer, I only have one. My son is now 25, possibly dead and missing, and he was, what, 22 when he first time ever seen me drink a fucking beer. Go fuck yourself. The devil's an accuser, and you're one of them. Go fuck yourself. What are you, a cop? I smelt an alcoholic beverage emanating from his person. What I want you to do is place your hands together, your feet together, toes down each side, or feet each side. Do you understand? Do not move from this position until I tell you to do so. Do you understand? What I want you to do is focus on the tip of my pen. You see the tip of my pen, follow the tip of my pen, your eyes and your eyes only. Do you not understand? This is called horizontal vertical gaze and nystagmus. First thing I'm going to be checking for is equal tracking. I said follow with your eyes and your eyes only. Not, shut the fuck up. Give you a standard field sobriety test right here, right now. Tell me. Standardize. It's supposed to be done the same every time. Standardize. Do not move your head. Do you not understand? Nobody move. Nobody get hurt. No. Hi, this is a good live stream. If you want to stop messing with the trolls, we'll stop messing with them. Thanks for coming in, guys. So, yeah, Yeshua, another perverted word of father. This is a transgender name, one of these fake names. So they're just added. They have value, but they're not the name. Name is YHWH. So I'm praying for your heart to soften, that you'd find comfort of Christ. Fuck off, Nolan. Don't come back here again. They do how they say this, brothers and sisters. God Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of us would. You know what I'm saying? Tripping on his own dick. You know what I'm saying? It's not Democrats, James, but this is far beyond Democrat or social, or bloodbooking. Please don't do the left or right paradigm in here, please. This is beyond the donkey and the elephant. You know what I mean? This is way beyond that at this point. It is. This shouldn't be. They did that in Rome. They had red and blue in Rome. These people are so fucking stupid, man. They just get played like a sucker. Ask no question. They put that in their mouth that tastes sweet and acted like a dum-dum. I'm serious. It is. Lollipop Christians, Catholics, Protestant, lollipop religious people. They keep that sweet Jesus in their mouth. They don't ask. Remember what happens when you mix sweet, sweet leaven, right? Sugar with sin. What do you get? Drunk. Punch drunk on the world. Accuse me of being on alcohol. You don't even know what the fuck it means to be drunk. In scripture. Isn't that a blessing? So. Yes, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. Vodka's been here long enough. Vodka's getting a wrench. Thanks for coming in, Vodka. Appreciate it. That's what we're doing. We're giving everybody the wrench now that's producing fruit, and all you moderators with the wrench, if you get out of line, we already threw 2 moderators out of here. We 10 number socketed their ass out of here. They lost the wrench, lost the socket, but I don't know. One of them was somebody we recently gave, and then the other one was Bartello, and he's been in here for years. So the idea that we changed, you know what I'm saying? Vodka is that we want these people out. So get them out of here, and I won't talk to them. If you guys throw these people out of here, some of you guys do before I can say anything, I won't address the trolls. It's what makes the channel, man. You got to admit. Imagine if I turned the comment section off, or if I never addressed the trolls. It just wouldn't be the same channel. Oh, I guess, all I'll have to do is leave the U.S. and I won't curse at all. Watch. You mark my words. I might let 1 or 2 slip, but I'm telling you, I will stop on a fucking dime. You know what I'm saying? I don't have Firestone tires, little round donut tires. I got them Jewish tires. I got Firestein tires. Not only do they stop on the dime, but they pick that motherfucker up. All right. So not Berenstein, or Berenstein. I don't want to hear it. That's the Mandela effect. Once I'm out of here, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure that old mammon, traditions of man, Jezebel, mouth of mine will go away. I just need a vacation, guys. And I'm going either way. I already decided. Fuck it. I'm going to get in the car and go. And whatever happens to me, happens to me. If they issue a warrant for my arrest, then hopefully I'm on the other side of the border or what? Come back and deal with it. They wouldn't deal with it for 16 months. I'm not afraid to go to trial. I've been trying to get this shit done for how long? They don't want to do it. Remember, they're the ones running from me. I ain't running from them. Remember, I brought my son here. I didn't run. Nope, that's not what I did. Supposedly my son ran. I don't think so. So I'll get to the bottom of it. But nope. Ain't having it in here. I don't soap with vipers. So we're going to put the wrench on people who are producing fruit. And it doesn't matter. Remember, Father brings this flock together, not me. I didn't make this channel for me. I made this channel because I lack fellowship, and that meant other people needed to hear this word, and we need to share it together. So don't boast because you know, but well, if you don't go out and spread that light, put it at the top of your house and let it shine, is what he says. So um, thank you, Father, for the blessing of this ministry. And you know, you want to go eat your sweet Jesus or whatever you call it, your cracker mass, hey Jesus, and mix that leaven with sin, you're gonna become punch drunk, and you're not going to see this, and you're going to fall asleep. And the enemy came and sowed seeds, broadcast while you were sleeping. So um, the bush, oh, the burning bush, and who is that? So you know what I'm saying, guys? That's what we're here to do. We're here to make sure if people come in here and they're not producing fruit, one bad apple like leaven leavens the whole lump. Remember that one bad apple, because it ferments. It's going to cause all that, you know, the apple gets moldy. All those ones around start catching it, right? Like leaven. That's why we don't sup with vipers. There's a reason why Father said that. That's what leaven is. Leaven is sin. And when we mix sin with sweet Jesus, we get drunk, right? That's the parameters to make alcohol, right? If it's too hot or too cold, it doesn't ferment, right? That's why he said it. If you're hot or cold, right? If you got to be hot or cold, if you're lukewarm, I'll vomit you from my mouth, because you will become toxic, you know, like sin, drunk, and you'll become punch drunk and you'll fall asleep. Does that understand what that means? Do you understand what he's saying when we mix this sin with the world, Jesus, the easy, sweet cotton candy sucker Jesus, with sin? We lose our we takes our mind off of the word, and we lukewarm. You see what that means? What he's saying? Why he said if you're lukewarm, that's what he means by being drunk. You don't know if you've ever been taught that. Most people don't know what it means by being drunk. He says becoming punch drunk. People do. They like the jungle juice. You know what I'm saying? They got all this apples and whatever. It don't matter. Whatever they're fruit, whatever fruit they are. They don't have to be an apple. Remember, he said you'll know them by their fruit. Uh, that's right. So that's why that little bit of leaven. You know what I'm saying? That little bit of leaven leavens the whole lump. It doesn't matter. Just one bad apple and it's going to upset the whole apple cart, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Why are you so rough on everybody in here, Pastor? Well, we're not supposed to sup with vipers. Everybody else is doing the churchy thing, remember? Where there are two or three gathered in my name, my Shem, my Agape, my word, my new covenant, all the words, there I'll be in their midst. Not just Jesus, right? Name. Hey, boy, oh boy, oh boy. You can't, you know, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. You can lead a person to bathos, busos, bis, knowledge, but you can't make them think. People got to think for themselves, you know. So we get rid of people who don't want to be in here and want to produce bad fruit, then we won't let them be here, and it really upsets them. So don't worry about it, brothers, sisters. This suffering that we got to go through here, it's just part of the journey of being. I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. So you've been set apart. So you're not with the bad apples, you know. And oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Yeah, you are. Remember, the weeds and the wheat got to grow together. He's the one who separates the wheat from the tares, brothers, sisters. Don't pull it up. Don't root it out like that. Remember, we give them to the way, right? We show them from the broad way to the narrow way, and Father condemns. We got to live with this sin, brothers, sisters. We got to live with it. We got to live with this evil. Remember the dream. This is all part of the prophecy, and this is all part of this time of the clay, and we're here. This is the book of the remnant. We made it. Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to Sorrows. I mean, this was spoken of thousands of years ago, and we are that generation. What a hallelujah. Can I get a what and raise the roof? I mean, whoo, man, that fires me up. So, you know what fires me up right now? It's maybe a hamburger. I want something to eat. Those 6 eggs didn't fill me up. Let me get it for a minute, guys, and make myself I think I have some burger left in there, a little bit left. So I'm going to make a burger. It don't take me long. I'm a pretty quick cook. I'm in a line cook, 5-star restaurant, short order, whatever I've done. I've cooked on all sides of the house. Been the manager, the owner, the cook, the whatever. Father gave me a blessing. So let me go get some burgers. I haven't been eating any bread, and then I bought a thing of bread. So It's kind of craving some burgers because I haven't been eating any burgers. Because actually, I was eating burgers for a while, oh, but I wasn't using any bread. But oh, let me why is that thing pulling on my hair? I'll be back in a moment. If you need to take a break or something, I don't know if I'm going to do much today or not. Again, um, I'm trying to. I got to get something sold. I thought maybe somebody might buy some. I got to come up with $245 by today, or otherwise I've missed my first land payment in 11 years. But I don't think it's going to happen. 100% honest with you, I'm just not getting the hits on the internet. So I thought I'd come in here. I mean, I can continue to build out in here, but I think I'm just going to leave here soon, anyways. And I wanted to have it rented out, and I probably could, and I will have it done before I go. I know I can. Um, it's going to hurt my back. I've been avoiding it too because I got to do that upper ceiling. I've got a lot of that rest of that stuff done in that building, so it will be very close to being rentable, and I should be able to pull $500 or $600 easy out of that. I'm hoping to get an older couple, somebody that's retired, maybe they got an RV and they want to move out here and enjoy it. Like I said, maybe that's somebody out here building a house out here that's going to take care of this place and not mess it up. Nice small dog, a poodle, a chihuahua, a Pomeranian or something like that. Maybe a little working dog or something like that, a healer or something. Um, and they'll enjoy it and they'll love it out here. And then I can pull $500 or $600 a month on the, and if I could get out of this building too, if I just stay here another month, I'd probably be okay, and work every day. But I know what's wrong with me. I've been breathing this tear gas in this building and it's just gassing me and it keeps coming out. And that's why I'm losing my gas. I get up every day and try to get going. I get going and then I can't. I just couple 2-3 hours and I burn out. I'm like, I take a break and then I work for an hour and then I burn out. That's not me. I can work 8 hours every day. Now I put time in here and I do it, but if I don't work eight hours, I feel like I cheated myself at least. I mean, I'm my own boss, so nobody's gonna tell me to get up out of bed and go to work. I didn't do all these things I have out here because I don't work. I have my own boss. I'm self-motivated. I don't need anybody to tell me to punch a time clock. And like I already said, if I'm sick of coming to work, I just call the boss, say, you know what, I'm sick of to look at your ugly face. I'll be at work tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, boss, I'm getting look at your tired, look at your ugly face too. Enjoy your day. We'll see you tomorrow, and kind of two-faced, if you will, but I'm my own boss. But anyways, let me get up and make something to eat because I want to get up at work today, brother, sis. I want to do something. Dude, I almost broke my neck the other day. Behind me, I was setting water buckets. That was kind of my mistake to do that. But this roof we had pounded out here, and I want to get all the water. And I had like 3 or 4 buckets on there, and the whole porch, the whole thing. So all my buckets dropped down, broke my buckets, and I went down with it, man. I thought, oh, here goes my neck. I'm gonna break my neck when the whole thing. And so I've got my solar panels were all, and I need to get to that too. There's just so much I want to do, but I've just got so much going on with this legal case that it just keeps draining me too. That I don't want to do anything until I get this thing taken care of. I feel like this is my priority. Figuring out what's going on with Elijah is more important than anything in my life right now. I mean, not God, but these other little physical things. God, guys, I thought I was going to break off the whole porch. It's up there for 5 years. It's been set up, but I had all those water buckets, and I think what it did is that had a lot of weight. I mean, a lot of weight on it because they're all full of water. I just moved one bucket, the whole porch, just the whole thing. Wham! I was like, oh my God. Here it goes. They're going to break my neck. I'm going to get twisted up, something I couldn't. I tried to actually be as loose and limber as I could because I thought I was going to get, twisted in the porch. There's these boards, they weigh a couple 100 pounds a piece. They're heavy scaffolding type boards that I have. And there's no reason it shouldn't have done that. But I think I just got a little bit too much weight on the one side is all it was. After it happened, I'm like, I probably should have moved some of those buckets over to the other side where I tried to move one bucket. So I eventually got to get out there and get that porch. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get all the stuff inside too. So I'm going to cook a burger here. I don't know, man. I'm getting tired of doing this. I just want to I want to leave. I want to leave the country, sell everything I own here, and come back here, I don't know, a year or something, 6 months. Come back in 6 months. Try it again. Get back at it. Take a vacation. Take a staycation. Oh. What's a staycation? Oh, you ended up staying there. I might take a staycation, but we don't know. Oh my goodness, where did that? Oh, let's go. Play. Where did those other gloves go? The blue ones. Oh, there they are. Oop, there they are. Yeah. All right, let's put some fire on that. Is that onion? I have onion left. Had some onion left. I had some onion left. Where did the rest of that onion go? Over here. Nope. Okay, there is the buns. Oh, I want onions. I know I had some onion. There. eggs. More eggs. There is the cabbage. And where did we put the onion? Put it back in the cooler. Maybe. Sauce on that. And some pepper. Pepper. Where's the cheese? More cheese. Oh, more cheese. And buns. Get the buns. We love the meat. Yep, bird's cooking. Alright, put the cheese on those. Yes, almost done. The queso. Queso. That back in the cooler. Right there. Right there, right where the bits. There. It's okay. That's alright, it's okay. Let's put a wee bit of mustard. Mustard right there, right there. all done. All right, we made some hamburgers. Some hamburgers. Oh, I'm eating less bread, so made some little cheeseburger. Without the McDonald's cheeseburgers, without the Donald or the Mac. Thank you, Father. I put mustard. I don't know why I like mustard now so much. I hated mustard growing up. I got more mustard on there than ketchup. So, you know, anybody wants to buy any land? I gotta sell something, guys. I gotta get this vehicle repaired before I leave. I bet you it cost me $1,000 to fix that Toyota completely, you know. But it'll probably go for another, probably go for another 300,000 miles. It needs to make it to Ecuador. So I don't want to drive it like the way it is now. I'll have tear up too many tires. It'll make it there, but I like to fix it before I go. I got a court date coming up next week or the following week, but I haven't even heard from my attorney, man. I'm so confused why Father's doing this to me, but what do I do? I can't change it. I did everything I was supposed to do over and over and over and over again. So that's why I've decided just to leave. If God wants my dogs to suffer, he already made them suffer, so he just wants them to suffer more. We better make see, that whole window broke and fell down on that. Look at that. That's why it's letting in more cold air. Now, how'd that happen? I don't know. We're going to make some ice. Ice, baby. Ding, 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 ding. Vanilla ice. Yeah, I already know which way I'm going. It's gonna suck to leave after to have a record, man. Because they're gonna be able to put charges on me. Because I won't, if I miss my court appearance, they're just gonna charge me. So all this time and everything for nothing, but whatever. I don't care if I'm outside the country. Well, I guess. I just don't want to bring any problems with me. The whole idea of that's to leave all that behind, you know. Go take a vacation, not be worried about it, you know. Well, just in God's hands. There's nothing I can do in my life. Remember, I can't even report my son murdered, my daughter murdered, or missing. Neither of them. I can't even report their bodies missing. This is crazy. I can't even believe I'm alive. Seriously, I can't even believe I'm alive. Alive just to be tortured. Smashing through my second cheeseburger here. I really wish I had money to go down there. It'd be a whole lot easier to operate with some funds to go down there with, but whatever. Whatever. I'm willing to go down there with nothing. That's how much faith I have in Father that if he wants, if he wants me not to go, I won't even get out of the country. So I know that. But I have a passport right now, so I'm gonna be pretty upset at myself if they lock this whole country down and I'm still in this country and I can't move and go do anything. And that's fine. That's what Father wants for me, whatever he wants. But remember, I have no control in what I do in my life because he does whatever he wants. I can't make plans. He just wrecks them for me. So. Tango, go, please. Go. You already ate breakfast. But whatever the consequences are, I'll face them just like I told my son if they want to get me in trouble for trying to help my son out and throw me in jail. So, why are you in jail? Well, I tried to help my son. Really? Yeah. So, ever already been in jail for multiple times. So, if it happens again, it's not going to be like the first time. It won't be the second time. Probably be the third or fourth. Now I've definitely been threatened to be thrown in jail as many times as I have been over this thing. Isn't that crazy? But that's what God wants for me. So I'm gonna, like I said, I'm thinking the best thing to do is just go. Whatever happens, happens. Like I said, I want my dogs to suffer. So I've delayed it for a lot of years, to be honest with you. Well, these past couple of years. They shouldn't have to suffer. They're good dogs. They don't do anything. You see how awesome they are. They're loving, amazing, awesome animals. These last couple of months, they surely have tuned in to know that they don't even really go outside anymore. It's so crazy. They didn't spend hardly any time outside this summer. Unless I was outside. They stayed inside. They wanted to be with me. Oh man, I need some ice. So. See if I'm getting any hits on anything. Nope, I'm not getting no hits on nothing. No hits on the internet on nothing. Man, I put more stuff for sale too. Reposted my ads. I dropped that motorcycle down from $4,200 to $1,900. That's a massive price drop. But I don't know. This stuff has to go up on the net to sell. You know what I'm saying? I got to be able to get it to post, and I can't even get my stuff to post. So If it does, it only stays up there for about 2 or 3 hours, then it gets pulled down, or it just doesn't get the views. So I don't think I'll get anything sold on the internet. So I came in here like, yeah, maybe somebody want to buy something here. Yeah, we got CashApp, we got PayPal, we got Venmo. Like I said, I've had people come in from Oregon. Fired that Sean dude out here earlier for being an idiot coming in. He was from Oregon. From Oregon. So, what's your exit out of the U.S.? Are you going to get out of the U.S.? Are you staying in the U.S.? Do you live in the U.S.? How are you going to get out of the U.S.? You know, you can live a lot better outside the U.S. There are a lot of other countries that are much more reasonably priced to live, have better health care, better transit, you know, better. There's a lot of better things in America. And the nicest thing is your US dollar goes a long way. It goes a long way. You understand? If you can take your US money out of the US, you can live very comfortably. Like I was thinking about asking attorneys, give me my money back, man. I'll go move to Ecuador. I could live in Ecuador for 10 years of what I just gave him for this, you know, attorney bill. I'm not, this is this one. Remember Elijah's bill, 130,000, mine, you know, whatever. I could have been living high on the hog down there, man. Seriously. I'm going to probably get a retirement visa down there. I could already retire down there. I'll go down there with nothing and see what I can do, man. Start from the ground up. That's how I always do. I've had to do it over and over again in life, so I'll try to bring some things. I was thinking about bringing solar panels and maybe a wind turbine and some of this stuff. My generator's all messed up right now, but you know, some of the essentials are gonna go. See what happens. You're in Australia. Okay, cool. That's the first place I was going to go after I leave. After I leave South America was to Australia. And I just have so many followers over from TikTok, and there are several in here too that are from Australia. And so I got to keep my word. If I leave the U.S., that's going to be the first place I go after the Americas. I'm going to go to Australia. I'm excited about going there. It's an amazing place. So much wildlife, so rugged and raw. That's what I like about it. It's nature, no humans around. Yeah, that's already pumping out ice. Yes, I was cranking out ice quick, and I'm forgetting because it's cold in here. I'm like, that thing makes ice quick when it's cold. Africa would be amazing. Africa is absolutely. South Africa is probably one of the most beautiful places on this rock, man. Look at what South Africa looked like, and you know, before Gaddafi, you know, before we went over there and destroyed that place. They turned it into a freaking paradise in their Garden of Eden. Then we turned it into. So I'm probably going to have to actually get up today, whether I like it or not, and put the roof on that. Put the roof on that outdoor garden, because we're getting down in the 30s. I think in the next day or two we're going to have 30-degree temperatures. Hi, Buggy. And I don't think I'm going to be here, but I'm going to, uh, Kevin can take care of him. So, yeah, I don't think Kevin's going, like I said, Kevin's kind of, I don't know. He's just, he does his thing. Like I said, I've kind of, I did Kevin. I'm glad I have him here because he's kind of, like I said, the perfect person to have here because he just does his thing. And he said, I've kind of come to the conclusion that, it's better not to probably just don't ask him for it. Just, if he wants to do something, he'll do it. And if not, don't try to depend on he's doing his thing. I'll let him do his thing. He's decompressing from life. He's taking his vacation that I need to take. You know what I'm saying? So but we'll see again what Father has in store for me because I'd like to go to all nations. I want to go to every nation and hang out with every nation. All people are amazing. I don't see colors. I just don't get along with people. I'm sure people around me, and I know I have a lighter complexion. But I get pretty dark in the summertime, and when I get in the sun, I don't really look what people might consider Caucasian. Actually, some people think I'm Hispanic. A lot of people like, are you Mexican? Um, but I know I have very olive skin, and I don't have that light, pale. I mean, my ass is white if I don't get it in the sun, but again, I don't have that real light skin, so I don't think, and it ain't about that. But I'm gonna get along with everybody. I don't care where I'm go. I want to see all nations. We're all people. We're all one race. We're the human race, and Father just created amazing ethnicity and culture. But that's what I want to experience is the culture. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of it too, growing up where I grew up in Los Angeles, and I was always tan. I mean, the only part of my body that wasn't completely tan was the bottom of my feet. I was a tan. All you made my brothers were tanner and all get out. So, like I said, I've had people that are what you say black. I go, damn, dude, you get darker than me. Dude, you're darker than me. There, white boy. You know, and I know you ain't white, but holy crap, dude, your stomach is, dude, your back. Holy, dude, why work? I work in the sun. I build houses. I'm in the sun all day. Dude, that is dumb. Oh, damn, you're a nigger. Don't say that. I've had people tell me that are black. Man, dude, you're darker than me. So sometimes I get really tan when I get working. I work in the summer all summer long. And I don't wear a shirt, and I'm working outside, and I get really dark. Um, my head gets super tan too. I love it when my head gets super tan. When my head's tan, man, I feel good all winter. And then that's why I feel crap. I feel like crap too. This winter I didn't get enough head on my. That's why people always, why do you shave your head, man? You know, because they see me all with long hair or whatever, and mess with my hair all the time. Like, no, man, I'll shave my hair because I want the sun to get on my head. It's an antenna for me. So I don't care what anybody says. I don't do it for looks. I don't do it for vanity. Actually, a lot of people think, like I said, it's like with the facial hair. Oh, you look better without facial hair. No, I think I look better with facial hair, and I don't like my head shaved. I don't like the way I look when I have hair. So I'm just so used to shaving my head, but I do it because I like to get the sun. I only do it for that. I don't care what people think. I do it to get the sun in my head so it can rejuvenate my whole body, And I've had people like, at the end of winter, like, damn, you are so tan. Your head is still, your body is tan. Like, wow, how do you hold on to all that? Because you're not, um, so I like the sun, you know. I know, but I needed a change. You know what I mean? Seeker, I needed a change. My father wouldn't give me any change in my life. I like the beard. People listen to me more when I wear the beard. I don't care if they listen to me or not, but people take me more seriously. You know, with my shaved, face, I don't have. I'm getting older, but that's okay. I mean, I had a baby face for a long time, and couldn't get anybody to take me serious. I tell them some serious thing and looking at me like I'm some kid. They don't want to hear me. So the beard has always been a thing, either facial, mustache or beard or goatee. I've never shaved my whole face. In the military, before I joined the military, maybe once or twice in my life. Never have I shaved off my whole mustache and goatee. I always either have a goatee or something, just the way I am. I don't like, like I said, I hate the fact that people not stop looking at my jawline and it's not my jawline. It's just the family. It's a trait, you know. And I have people. I don't know what it is. I don't like vanity, so um, that's why I like having a beard, because it covers my jawline. Because you know, I know what I have a jawline. So what? We all have a jawline. Oh, your jawline. Oh, people. You know. So I don't know why people are so infatuated with people's faces. You know. So what's it? You know, weird. Like people like in the last week, I've been called 4 or 5 different actors. You know, I don't get called no actors when I have a beard. Remember? Nobody calls me any actors when I'm a beard. Now I'm whatever from Stray Kids, and I'm this person and I'm that person, and then see, now they're not listening to me. Now they see some actor, some face. Why? I don't hate that. I hate that. That's why I grow a beard. They look at the face, but then it just in the beard kind of intimidates people because you know it's white, you know, and it's Father's blessed me to have, you know, a white beard and you know whatever. Um, but anyways, uh, I'd rather have a white beard than hair beard with color. And I did for a while, but not long. I did real peppery even when I was young, you know. Um, but that's why I did it, just to get the, you know, some change in my life, Father. And He still won't give any change. Remember, I'm worse off now. The only change I've gotten in my life is the beard. Nothing else has changed. It's got worse. You know, I'm serious. I hate to say that, but that's where I'm at. So that's why I did it, because I kind of forced it on Father. And I don't mean to do that, but like I need some change in my life. If I can't leave, I can't go on vacation. I got to do something in my life. I need some change. I'm trying to make change in my life. I can't get it, and I like change. You guys are afraid of change. I love, you know, change. I love it. Change is awesome. Change brings us new. Change brings a new. I like new. I don't like old. I like old, but I don't like getting stagnant like pond water. Idle hands are the work of the devil. You know what I'm saying? Once in motion, stays in motion. When I sit, I'm gonna die. That's why I don't sleep for long time, periods of time. I don't. I won't. I don't want to die in my sleep. I want to die a horrible death, excruciating death. Me just fighting for the last breath so that I know that I'm dead. You know what I'm saying? I said that last night. I think the worst thing Father could ever do is make me die in my sleep. That would be the most horrible thing to ever happen to me. I want to know death. I loved it. I like, not for anybody else, but you know what I'm saying? Look, I'm either going to die this next year, or I'm not going to die for another 50 years. I'm telling you, I'm either going to die next year, and I'm not going to die for another at least 50 years. And I don't even done the gematria on it yet. So next year's my year, or I'm going to be here for a long time. I know it. I'm certain of it. I know Father does everything in my. I already told you how it works. Everything with me is done by the number of my life. There's nothing in my life that doesn't go by the numbers. Everything is done by the number. Gematria and has everything. So I'm looking forward to it. If not, then I'm looking for a long haul. Oh, I love you. I love you. Oh, you just need some love from the dads. Need some love from the dads. Okay, hold on. Oh, I got love on my puppies. He's need some duckins. Oh, he's loving from the dad. Oh, he's a good boys. All my good boys. I love you too, Mr. Boys. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh. All good? You need some more loving? Need some more lovins? Oh, you need lots of lovins. You need lots of lovins. You don't need no lovins over here at all, do you? This guy needs lovins all the time. Oh, oh, it's a good boy. It's a good boy. That's my little boy. Oh, that's the spot. That's the spot. That's the spot. Oh, my boy. He thinks he's part kitty. He likes his little butt tucked or rubbed. He's a bastard, the guy. He's sitting right here with Dad, huh? Sitting with the dad. No, you don't get your nose. You're going to try to weasel his way back in here. Anyways, I'm hoping again, brothers and sisters, the right decision. Change will come when my life. Obviously, I can't make anything happen in my life. He's going to do whatever he wants. It's like I said, I'm telling you guys, if I didn't have these dogs, I wouldn't be here right now. Seriously. I mean, these dogs are what keeps me. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're starting to be a weasel again. Here he comes. He's going to weasel his way in there. You're a weasel. Stop it. You're a weasel. You're a cute boy. You're sure a cute boy. You're the cutest boy ever did have. You're the cutest boy. He's getting in there. Look at that. He's working his way in there. He'd be a good digger, huh? He'd be good in the hole. Oh, he's going back out the hole. So Father's running the interference here. He's running interference on his jammer. Over days, fat, it's always going to be massive amount. Gordo. You know what that means? Gordo. Yeah, if I had motivation to do something, I'd care, but I don't care. I already have to just get out of here. Just get out of here. Just get out. Go away and get the American. No sense. American makes no sense. Or they can. Oh, there's fly. Fly on the screen. Where did he go? Oh, he flew away. I don't like flies. The dog's out. The fly must have gone in here. Oh well. It's not the end of the world. I don't mind flies outside, but I don't like flies inside. They're maggots with wings. Death eaters. They put you in love with death. Sold you the idea that dying for a cause. Well, that's the biggest crock you've ever heard. Yeah, it's only my dogs. So I'm telling you, if I did not have the dogs, I would not care what happens to me. Only the dogs. I don't love my dogs more than Christ, but you know what I'm saying? He who loves the dogs doesn't say that, right? In scripture, but kind of in Matthew 10:34-39. He who loves this world, but man, I love my dogs. I don't want them to get hurt. I don't want to be without them. They don't like being without me. So that's why I paused already. I'd already be gone. I'm telling you 100%. I ain't lying. I ain't playing. So, like, for a long time, just like you said, I mean, how many hundreds of thousands of dollars I've spent on fish tanks? I've always had a fish tanks. My son's mom said, you put more fish tank in this house, I'm leaving you. It's either me or the fish tank. So I got another fish tank. But anyways, whatever. I like my fish. You can't come between me. It was my TV, man. I threw the TV away. Like, no, there ain't no TV in this house. We ain't no TV. You have a TV, but don't turn it on when I'm in the house, or don't turn it on when I'm in the room, please. You can watch it, but don't watch it around me. I don't want that programming, and never a cable or anything. My fish tank. Fish tanks. They got 12 of them in 12 tanks going in Alaska. So, I wasted a bunch of money, but I would never call it worthless because it was fun and it was enjoyable. And I like breeding cichlids, fish, and doing things like that too. So, man or woman have their thing. It's better than smoking crack or doing drugs, right? Some people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars doing meth. I had a tank. Apologize, we had interruptions. We got interruptions. We're back. Yep, that's I enjoyed it. Really, tank maintenance isn't a whole lot if you know how to take care of them. The whole idea is not to take care of them. When I make create as little maintenance, fish tank will filter itself when you get it working properly. It has its own, living biosystem when you get it going right. That's salt water, and that's way too much money. But I didn't spend the kind of money my older brother spent on his salt tanks. I've had a few of them, but several, but not no massive. I've had some reef tanks, but he has some big, massive reef tanks. It's fun. Like I said, it's a hobby. It's a good distraction from the world. I like to set up everything to look natural, as natural as I can, make it look like it is in the wild. So got a lot of bogwood and stuff like that I like to have never sold. I try to do real natural looking. Buy the more expensive silk plants and stuff that look more real than the plastic ones and stuff like that. You can really make it tank nice. I've done all kinds of catfish tanks and all just specialty type fish and bred angels. I've bred angelfish, cichlids, and all kinds of different. Lots of fun. Lots of fun. Boy, going to the Broadway that leads to the pizza. Only the pizza pies at the pie. Is that American Pie?